Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, friendly, and very useful. Today, we have a really important and timely topic. We are going to talk about how to stay safe in hot weather. Hot weather can be wonderful, but it can also be dangerous if you are not careful. Knowing what to do and what not to do in extreme heat can protect your health and even save your life. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark.
Hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. How do I feel about hot weather? I love warm, sunny days, but I have learned to respect extreme heat. Hot weather can become dangerous very quickly, and many people, including healthy young people, underestimate the risks. Today, Anna and I are going to cover everything you need to know about staying safe when temperatures are high. What to drink, what to wear, what to avoid, how to recognize heat-related illness, and so much more. We will also give you lots of useful English vocabulary and phrases. By the end of this episode, you will be well prepared for hot weather. Let's begin.
Let's start with some important hot weather vocabulary. A heat wave is a period of several days when temperatures are much higher than normal. The temperature is how hot or cold something is, measured in degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit. The UV index tells you how strong the sun's radiation is. A higher number means more risk of sunburn. Humidity is the amount of moisture in the air. High humidity makes hot weather feel even hotter and more uncomfortable. It is sweltering means it is extremely hot. It is scorching also means very hot. The sun is beating down means the sun is very strong and direct.
More important hot weather vocabulary. Sunburn is when the sun's UV rays damage your skin, making it red and painful. Dehydration is when your body does not have enough water. Sunscreen or sun cream is a lotion you apply to your skin to protect it from UV rays. SPF, sun protection factor, tells you how strong the sunscreen is. SPF 50 gives much more protection than SPF 15. Shade means an area not in direct sunlight, protected by trees, buildings, or umbrellas. Ventilation means the flow of fresh air into a building or space, important to keep rooms cool. A fan is a device that moves air to create a cooling breeze.
Now let's talk about the most important hot weather safety rule. Stay hydrated. Hydration means having enough water in your body. When it is hot, your body sweats to cool itself down. Sweating means you lose water rapidly. If you do not replace that water by drinking enough fluids, you become dehydrated. Dehydration causes headaches, dizziness, tiredness, and confusion, and in serious cases, it can be life-threatening. Health experts recommend drinking at least 2 liters of water per day in normal conditions, but during a heat wave, you may need 3 liters or more. In English, useful hydration phrases: drink plenty of water, stay hydrated, keep your fluid levels up. Have you had enough water today? Mark, what are...
Water is the absolute best drink for hydration. Plain, still water. It is free, contains no sugar, and is exactly what your body needs. In very hot weather, you also lose important minerals called electrolytes through sweat, especially sodium, potassium, and magnesium. Sports drinks or electrolyte drinks can help replace these. Coconut water is a natural and delicious source of electrolytes. Diluted fruit juice is also good. Cold herbal teas can be very refreshing. What should you avoid? Alcohol is a diuretic. It actually makes you urinate more and can worsen dehydration. Caffeine in large amounts can also contribute to dehydration. And sugary sodas or fizzy drinks do not hydrate as effectively as water.
Keep a bottle with you at all times. Such simple but vital advice. Now let's talk about sunscreen, because protecting your skin from the sun is one of the most important things you can do in hot weather. Sunscreen protects your skin from UV rays, the invisible radiation from the sun that can cause sunburn, premature aging, and skin cancer with repeated exposure. UV rays are present even on cloudy days, which many people do not realize. Always use sunscreen with at least SPF 30, ideally SPF 50, especially on your face, neck, and any exposed skin. Apply it at least 15 to 20 minutes before going outside.
Great topic. People forget many things about sunscreen. First, the back of your neck and ears are very commonly missed and can burn badly. Do not forget them. Second, lips need protection too. Use a lip balm with SPF. Third, even water-resistant sunscreen needs to be reapplied after swimming because no sunscreen is truly waterproof. Fourth, check the expiry date on your sunscreen. Expired sunscreen does not work as effectively. Fifth, do not rely on sunscreen alone. It is one layer of protection, not total protection. Combine it with protective clothing, shade, and avoiding the strongest sun. Sixth, if you have young children, their skin is especially sensitive and burns faster than adult skin.
Such important reminders about sunscreen. Now, let's talk about what to wear in hot weather, because the right clothing makes a significant difference to how your body manages heat. In very hot weather, wear loose-fitting, lightweight clothing that allows air to circulate around your body. Tight clothing traps heat. Choose light-colored clothes, white, pale yellow, light blue, rather than dark colors. Dark colors absorb more heat from the sun, while light colors reflect it. Natural fabrics like cotton and linen are much better than synthetic fabrics in heat. They breathe better and feel more comfortable. A wide-brimmed hat is very important for protecting your head, face, and neck from direct sunlight.
People make several common clothing mistakes in hot weather. First, wearing dark, tight, or heavy synthetic clothing. This traps heat and makes you feel much hotter than necessary. Second, not wearing a hat. The top of your head gets very hot in direct sunshine, which raises your overall body temperature quickly. Third, not wearing sunglasses. UV rays can damage your eyes over time, causing serious conditions, including cataracts. Look for sunglasses that block 100% of UV rays. Fourth, wearing too little clothing thinking it will be cooler. Sometimes a loose, long-sleeved light cotton shirt actually keeps you cooler than no shirt at all, because it protects you from direct sun while still allowing air to circulate.
A loose, long-sleeved shirt can be cooler than no shirt at all. That is such a surprising but true fact. Now let's talk about timing, when to be outside and when to stay inside. The sun is at its strongest and most dangerous between roughly 11 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. This is called peak sun hours, or the hottest part of the day. During this time, UV rays are at their most intense. The temperature is usually at its highest, and the risk of sunburn, heat exhaustion, and heat stroke is greatest. Health experts recommend avoiding outdoor activity during these hours on very hot days.
Adjusting my schedule during a heat wave is essential. I try to do any outdoor activity, exercising, shopping, gardening, before 10 in the morning or after 5 in the evening when the sun is lower and less intense. During the hottest middle part of the day, I stay inside in a cool, ventilated space. Many cultures in hot countries have traditionally practiced a midday rest, called a siesta in Spanish-speaking cultures, and this wisdom makes complete sense from a health perspective. If you need to go outside during peak hours, use as much protection as possible. Hat, sunglasses, light clothing, sunscreen, and carry cold water.
The siesta tradition makes complete scientific sense. Now let's talk about keeping your home cool during hot weather, because a hot home is genuinely dangerous, especially for older people and young children. Some key strategies for cooling your home. First, close curtains, blinds, and shutters during the day. This blocks the sun's heat from entering through windows. Surprisingly, keeping windows closed during the hottest part of the day, when outside air is hotter than inside, also helps keep cool air in. Then, in the evening, when outside temperatures drop, open windows to allow the cooler night air in. This is called cross-ventilation. Mark, what other strategies help keep a home cool during a heat wave?
More great home cooling strategies. Use electric fans strategically. Placing a fan near a window at night draws cooler air in. A bowl of ice in front of a fan creates a very effective and cheap air cooling effect. Avoid using your oven or hob. Cooking creates heat inside your home. Eat cold meals or cook very briefly when temperatures are lower. Turn off unnecessary electrical appliances and lights. These generate heat even when on standby. On very hot days, wet a cloth with cold water and place it on your neck, wrists, or forehead. These are pulse points where blood vessels are close to the skin, and cooling them quickly lowers your body temperature.
Ice in front of a fan, such a clever and inexpensive solution. Now let's talk about heat exhaustion, because this is a real medical condition that many people experience during hot weather. Heat exhaustion happens when your body overheats, usually from being in the sun too long or doing too much physical activity in hot conditions. Symptoms, signs that you have heat exhaustion, include heavy sweating, pale or cool skin, feeling very tired or weak, dizziness or feeling faint, nausea, feeling like you want to vomit, headache, and muscle cramps, painful tightness in your muscles. If you or someone near you experiences these symptoms, it is important to act quickly.
If someone shows signs of heat exhaustion, act immediately. First, move them to a cool place, indoors with air conditioning or at least into the shade. Second, help them lie down and raise their legs slightly. This helps blood flow back to the brain and reduces the risk of fainting. Third, remove any unnecessary clothing to help their body cool down. Fourth, give them cool water to drink slowly if they are conscious and able to swallow. Fifth, cool their skin by spraying or sponging with cool, not ice-cold, water and fan them. Sixth, apply cold, wet cloths to their forehead, neck, and wrists.
Act immediately and call emergency services if needed. Absolutely essential advice. Now let's talk about heat stroke, which is much more serious than heat exhaustion and is a genuine medical emergency. Heat stroke happens when the body temperature rises to a very dangerous level, above 40 degrees Celsius, and the body can no longer cool itself down. Without immediate treatment, heat stroke can cause permanent damage to the brain, kidneys, and other organs, and can be fatal, which means it can cause death. Signs of heat stroke include very high body temperature, confusion or strange behavior, not sweating despite the heat, red and hot skin, rapid heartbeat, and loss of consciousness.
Heat stroke is a life-threatening emergency. Call the emergency number immediately and do not wait. While waiting for help to arrive, here is what to do. Move the person to the coolest available place, indoors or shade. Remove outer clothing. Cool them as rapidly as possible. Apply ice packs to their neck, armpits, and groin area where large blood vessels are close to the surface. If ice packs are not available, wrap them in wet sheets and fan them. Do not give them water to drink if they are confused or unconscious. They could choke. Put them in the recovery position if they are unconscious but breathing on their side to prevent choking.
Never leave someone alone who you suspect has heat stroke. So important. Now let's talk about groups of people who need extra care in hot weather, because some people are at much higher risk than others. Elderly people are at higher risk because the body's ability to regulate temperature naturally decreases with age. Babies and very young children are at high risk because their bodies heat up much faster than adults, and they cannot tell you they are too hot. Pregnant women have higher body temperatures and need extra care. People with chronic health conditions, such as heart disease, diabetes, or respiratory problems, are more vulnerable.
Elderly people are especially vulnerable during heat waves for several important reasons. First, their sense of thirst decreases with age, so they do not feel thirsty even when they are becoming dehydrated. Second, their skin becomes less efficient at sweating, which reduces the body's natural cooling ability. Third, many elderly people take multiple medications, some of which can increase heat sensitivity or affect sweating. Fourth, older people often live alone and may not have family or friends checking on them regularly during a heat wave. This isolation increases the risk significantly. During heat waves, it is really important to check on elderly relatives, neighbors, and friends. Visit them, call them, or have someone keep an eye on them.
Community care saves lives during extreme heat. Such a powerful and true statement. Now let's talk about hot weather and cars, because cars can become extremely dangerous very quickly in sunshine. On a warm day, even a day that does not feel very hot, the temperature inside a parked car can rise to 60 or 70 degrees Celsius within just a few minutes. This is because glass windows trap heat, creating a greenhouse effect. This is potentially fatal for children or pets left inside. Never leave children or pets alone in a parked car in warm weather, even for just a few minutes.
Hot car safety is so important. A few more things about driving in hot weather. Before driving, check that your car has enough coolant, the liquid that prevents the engine from overheating, and water in the radiator. Overheating engines are very common during heat waves. If your engine overheats while driving, indicated by the temperature gauge rising, pull over safely. Turn off the engine and wait for it to cool before opening the bonnet. Never open the bonnet of an overheating car immediately. The pressure can cause serious burns. Carry a bottle of water in your car for both yourself and the vehicle. Wear sunglasses while driving to reduce glare and eye strain.
Such important car safety information. Now let's talk about swimming and water safety in hot weather, because hot days send many people to swimming pools, lakes, rivers, and the sea. Water activities are a wonderful way to cool down, but they also carry risks that increase in hot weather. First, always swim in supervised areas where there is a lifeguard if possible. Second, never swim alone. Third, check conditions before swimming in open water. Currents, tides, and water depth can be very different from what they appear. Fourth, children must be supervised very closely near water at all times. Drowning can happen very quickly and silently.
Water safety in hot weather is so important to talk about. Here are more key points. Know your own swimming ability and stay within your limits. Open water swimming is very different from pool swimming. The cold water in some lakes and rivers can cause cold water shock, even on a hot day, which can cause sudden difficulty breathing and loss of muscle control. Always enter open water slowly rather than jumping in. Wear appropriate water shoes on rocks or uneven surfaces to prevent injury. If you get into difficulty in the water, stay calm and try to float on your back. Use your energy wisely rather than panicking.
Float on your back if you get into difficulty. I want everyone to remember that. Now let's talk about how to help your pets and animals stay safe in hot weather, because animals feel the heat too and can suffer from heat stroke just like humans. Dogs especially struggle in heat. Never leave a pet in a parked car. Make sure pets always have access to fresh, cool water. On very hot days, limit your dog's walks to early morning or late evening when it is cooler. Hot pavements can burn a dog's paws. If you cannot hold your hand on the pavement for 5 seconds comfortably, it is too hot for your dog to walk on.
Pet heat stroke is a genuine emergency. If your pet is showing signs of overheating, act very quickly. Move them immediately to a cool, shaded area. Wet their coat with cool, not ice-cold water. Place cool, damp towels on their neck, armpits, and between their hind legs. Allow them to drink small amounts of cool water if they are conscious and able to swallow. Do not cover them with wet towels. This can trap heat. And take them to a veterinarian, a vet, as quickly as possible, even if they seem to be recovering. Heat stroke in animals can cause internal organ damage that is not immediately visible.
Our animals depend on us for their safety. Such an important responsibility. Now let's do a quiz for our listeners. I will describe a situation, and Mark will say whether the person is being safe or not and explain why. Ready? Situation 1. Sarah is outside gardening at 2 in the afternoon on a very hot and sunny day. She is wearing a black t-shirt and dark jeans. She has not applied sunscreen. She has a small glass of water next to her and has been outside for 3 hours. Listeners, think about all the hot weather safety rules we have discussed today. Is Sarah being safe in this situation?
Sarah is definitely not being safe. Let me count the problems. First, gardening at 2 in the afternoon is exactly during peak sun hours, the most dangerous time. She should be inside or in the shade. Second, wearing a black t-shirt and dark jeans is the worst possible clothing choice in hot sun. Dark colors absorb heat and will make her feel much hotter. Third, no sunscreen. She is exposing her skin to strong UV radiation and will likely get sunburned. Fourth, a small glass of water after 3 hours outdoors is nowhere near enough hydration. She is almost certainly becoming dehydrated.
Perfect assessment of Sarah's situation. Now, situation 2. Michael is going on a summer picnic at 10 in the morning. He puts on SPF 50 sunscreen. He wears a light blue loose linen shirt and a wide-brimmed hat. He carries a 2-liter bottle of water and an electrolyte drink. He plans to sit under a large tree and return home by noon before the hottest part of the day. He has prepared cold food, so he does not need to cook. Listeners, is Michael being safe? Mark, what do you think? Is there anything Michael is doing very well or anything he could improve?
Michael is doing almost everything right. He's an excellent hot weather safety example. Let me go through his good choices. SPF 50 sunscreen, excellent protection. Light blue loose linen shirt, perfect color and fabric choice for reflecting heat. Wide-brimmed hat, essential sun protection for head, face, and neck. 2 liters of water plus electrolyte drink, excellent hydration planning. Sitting under a tree, natural shade is wonderful. Leaving by noon, sensibly avoiding the hottest peak sun hours. Cold food prepared in advance avoids cooking heat inside his home and the picnic location. The only thing I would suggest Michael adds is sunglasses to protect his eyes from UV rays.
Michael is my hot weather hero. Now, let's talk about food safety in hot weather, because food can spoil much faster in heat and cause food poisoning. Food poisoning occurs when bacteria in food multiply rapidly in warm temperatures. Some important food safety rules for hot weather. Never leave perishable food that spoils easily like meat, fish, dairy, and eggs, at room temperature for more than 2 hours. In very hot weather, this reduces to 1 hour. Keep cold food in a refrigerator or cool box with ice packs. When transporting food for a picnic or barbecue, keep it in a cool bag. Thoroughly cook meat, especially chicken, to kill any bacteria.
Food poisoning is unfortunately very common in summer. Signs typically appear between 30 minutes and 48 hours after eating contaminated food. Symptoms include nausea, vomiting, stomach cramps, diarrhea, and sometimes fever. For mild food poisoning, rest, drink plenty of fluids to prevent dehydration from vomiting and diarrhea, and avoid solid food until you feel better. Seek medical attention if you have severe vomiting that prevents you from keeping fluids down, very high fever, blood in your vomit or diarrhea, or if symptoms last more than 2 days. Elderly people, young children, and people with weakened immune systems are at risk of serious complications and should see a doctor sooner.
When in doubt, throw it out. Such a memorable and important rule for food safety. Now let's talk about exercising safely in hot weather, because many people continue their usual exercise routines during heat waves without adapting them, which can be very dangerous. Here are the key rules for exercising in hot weather. First, exercise in the early morning or late evening, not during peak sun hours. Second, reduce your intensity. Exercise more gently than usual in heat. Third, drink water before, during, and after exercise. Fourth, wear light, breathable clothing. Fifth, choose shaded routes when running or cycling outdoors.
Excellent exercise safety points. A few more important additions. Acclimatization is the process of getting gradually used to hot conditions. If you are not used to exercising in heat, start with very short, easy sessions and build up over 1 to 2 weeks. Your body needs time to adapt its cooling mechanisms. Monitor your urine color. Pale yellow means you are well hydrated. Dark yellow or orange means you need to drink more water urgently. Athletes call this the urine color test, and it is genuinely useful. If you normally run 5 kilometers, consider walking it instead during extreme heat.
The urine color test. So practical and so easy to use. Now let's give our listeners a complete hot weather safety checklist, a list of all the most important things to remember. Before going outside in hot weather, apply SPF 30 or higher sunscreen. Wear a wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses. Put on light-colored, loose, breathable clothing. Fill a large water bottle and carry it with you. Check the weather forecast and UV index. Plan to be outside during cooler hours, morning or late afternoon. Tell someone where you are going if you will be alone, and prepare for emergencies. Know the signs of heat exhaustion and heat stroke.
Continuing the checklist, while you are outside, drink water regularly before you feel thirsty. Stay in shade whenever possible. Avoid intense physical activity during peak sun hours. Reapply sunscreen every 2 hours. Check on anyone you with, especially children, elderly people, and pets. Take regular cool-down breaks indoors or in shade. Watch yourself and others for signs of heat illness. At home, keep curtains and blinds closed during the day. Open windows at night for ventilation. Use cool, wet cloths to lower body temperature. Avoid using the oven during the hottest part of the day. Keep cold water and cool drinks available at all times. Check on elderly or vulnerable neighbors.
What a comprehensive and practical checklist. Now let's give our listeners some key English phrases they can use to talk about hot weather safely. It is dangerously hot today. Stay hydrated. The UV index is very high. Wear SPF 50 and a hat. Drink plenty of water throughout the day. Stay in the shade between 11 and 3. I feel dizzy. I need some water and shade. She looks unwell. Let's move her to somewhere cool. Never leave children or pets in a hot car. The forecast says it will be over 40 degrees. Be careful. I am checking on my elderly neighbor during this heat wave. When in doubt about your health in hot,
A few final and important tips. First, never underestimate heat. It is one of the world's deadliest weather phenomena, more dangerous than most people realize. Second, plan ahead. Buy sunscreen, prepare cool drinks, and check the forecast before a hot day. Third, look out for each other. The most vulnerable people in your community may need your help during extreme heat. Fourth, trust your body. If something feels wrong, it probably is. Act early before symptoms become serious. Fifth, download your local emergency number so it is ready in case of a heat emergency. And sixth, cool down before you sleep. A comfortable bedroom temperature significantly improves your health during a heat wave.
what a wonderfully important and comprehensive episode this has been. I feel very prepared for hot weather after today. Let me give a final summary of everything we covered. We talked about key hot weather vocabulary: heat wave, dehydration, UV index, heat stroke. We discussed staying hydrated with water and electrolyte drinks. We covered sunscreen use, protective clothing, and timing your outdoor activities. We learned how to keep your home cool during a heat wave. We explored heat exhaustion and heat stroke, how to recognize and respond to them. We talked about vulnerable groups, car safety, water safety, pet safety, food safety, and exercise safety. We did a quiz about Sarah and Michael.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was such a vitally important episode. And a huge thank you to every listener who joined us today. Hot weather is one of those topics where a little knowledge really can save a life. Yours, a family member's, or a neighbor's. Share what you learned today with people around you, especially if you know elderly people, people with young children, or anyone who might need extra support during extreme heat. Use today's English vocabulary in real conversations about weather and safety. Ask friends, are you staying hydrated? Do you have enough sunscreen? How are you keeping cool? These small conversations matter.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, friendly, and very useful. Today, we have a really exciting and practical topic. We are going to talk about how to study smart, not hard. Many people spend hours and hours studying, but do not see good results. The problem is often not how much they study, but how they study. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Mark, say hello and tell us, were you a smart studier when you were at school?
Hello, hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. Was I a smart studier at school? Honestly, no, not at first. I used to sit at my desk for many hours, rereading the same pages over and over, and wondering why I could not remember anything. It was frustrating and exhausting. But over time, I discovered that there are much smarter and more effective ways to study. Today, Anna and I are going to share the best techniques, strategies, and habits that science has proven actually work. By the end of this episode, you will know exactly how to get better results in less time. Let's get started.
Let's start with some important vocabulary for today's topic. To study smart means to use effective, efficient methods that produce the best results in the least amount of time. To study hard simply means to spend a lot of time and effort studying, often without a clear strategy. These are very different things. Other important words: technique, a specific method or way of doing something; strategy, a plan for achieving a goal; retention, the ability to remember and keep information in your memory; and active learning, engaging deeply with material rather than passively reading it; and to cram, to try to learn a large amount of information very quickly just before an exam.
Studying hard without smart strategies is ineffective for one main reason. The human brain does not store information simply because you look at it for a long time. The brain stores information that is meaningful, repeated in smart ways, connected to what it already knows, and retrieved actively. Simply rereading your notes or textbook is one of the least effective study methods science has identified, but it is what most students naturally do. The phrase, "the illusion of knowing," describes this perfectly. When you reread something, it feels familiar, so you think you know it. But familiarity is not the same as real learning. Real learning means you can recall and use information without looking at it.
The illusion of knowing. What a powerful and important concept. Now, let's talk about the first smart study strategy: active recall. Active recall means testing yourself on material instead of just reading it. Instead of looking at your notes and thinking, "Yes, I know this," you close your notes and try to remember the information from memory. You ask yourself questions. What are the main points of this topic? What did I just read? Can I explain this in my own words without looking? This forces your brain to work hard to retrieve the information, which strengthens the memory much more than passive rereading. A simple tool for active recall is flashcards.
Active recall is one of the most powerful study techniques ever researched. Here's why it works so well. Every time you try to retrieve a piece of information from memory, even if you struggle and cannot remember it perfectly, your brain strengthens the connection to that information. The struggle to remember is not a sign that you are failing. It is actually the learning happening. Psychologists call this the testing effect, or retrieval practice effect. The simple act of testing yourself on material dramatically improves how well you remember it long-term, compared to rereading the same material. Practical ways to use active recall: close your book and write everything you remember.
Teaching the material to an imaginary student. I love that idea. Now, let's talk about the second powerful strategy: spaced repetition. Spaced repetition means reviewing information at gradually increasing intervals over time, rather than studying everything on the same day. For example, you learn something new today, you review it tomorrow, then 3 days later, then a week later, then a month later. Each time you review, the memory gets stronger and lasts longer. This matches the natural way human memory works. Our memories fade over time. Scientists call this the forgetting curve. But each time you review information just before you're about to forget it, the forgetting curve resets and becomes flatter.
Spaced repetition is beautifully simple once you understand it. Imagine you're building a wall with bricks. If you lay all the bricks in one day and never come back, the wall might collapse. But if you add bricks regularly over many days, checking that each layer is solid before adding the next, the wall becomes strong and permanent. Memory works the same way. Trying to learn everything about a topic in one long session, called massed practice or cramming, creates weak temporary memories.
Reviewing the same material spread over multiple sessions creates strong, lasting memories. The brilliant thing is, spaced repetition actually requires less total study time than cramming to achieve better long-term results.
What a perfect analogy, building a wall of knowledge brick by brick. Now let's talk about the third strategy, the Pomodoro technique, because this one is specifically about how to manage your study time. The Pomodoro technique was created by Francesco Cirillo in the 1980s. It is very simple. You work with complete focus for 25 minutes. This is called one pomodoro, the Italian word for tomato, because Cirillo used a tomato-shaped kitchen timer. After 25 minutes, you take a 5-minute break. After completing 4 pomodoros, you take a longer break of 15 to 30 minutes. This method works because it creates focused work blocks, prevents mental fatigue, and makes large tasks feel manageable.
Yes, the Pomodoro technique has been genuinely transformative for my productivity. Before I discovered it, I would sit at my desk for 2 or 3 hours feeling increasingly tired, distracted, and unproductive. Now I work in focused 25-minute blocks, and the difference is remarkable. The fixed time limit creates a sense of urgency. You know you only have 25 minutes, so you focus immediately without procrastinating. The regular breaks prevent mental fatigue and keep your concentration fresh across a longer period. And seeing a completed list of Pomodoros at the end of a study session gives a satisfying sense of accomplishment.
Even a struggling student can manage 25 minutes, and that is exactly how to start. Now let's talk about the fourth SMART strategy, interleaving. Interleaving means mixing different subjects or types of problems within a single study session, rather than studying one subject completely before moving to the next. For example, instead of spending 1 hour only on mathematics, you might do 20 minutes of mathematics, then 20 minutes of history, then 20 minutes of biology. This feels less comfortable than studying one subject at a time, but research shows it actually produces much better long-term learning. The slight difficulty and confusion you feel when switching between topics forces your brain to work harder and make connections.
Interleaving works better because of something called desirable difficulty. When studying feels slightly hard and uncomfortable, your brain is actually working more deeply with the material. Studying one subject in one big block feels comfortable and efficient, but it creates an illusion of mastery. You were just warming up to the material. When you switch subjects, you have to start fresh, re-engage your brain, and actively recall what you were working on when you return. This active re-engagement is the real learning happening. Research studies comparing blocked practice, one subject at a time, with interleaved practice consistently find that interleaved learners perform significantly better on tests, even though they often feel less confident during studying.
Desirable difficulty. What a wonderful concept. The slight discomfort is actually the learning. Now let's talk about the environment, because where and how you study has a significant impact on the quality and effectiveness of your studying. A good study environment has several key features. It is free from distractions, especially your phone and social media. It is comfortable, but not too comfortable. Studying in bed, for example, makes many people sleepy. It has good lighting. Natural light is best. It is quiet or has only non-distracting background sound, and it is associated in your mind with studying. If you always study at the same desk, your brain begins to automatically shift into.
My ideal study environment has a few non-negotiables. First, my phone is in another room or on airplane mode, completely out of sight. Notifications are the #1 enemy of focused study. Research shows that even having your phone visible on your desk, even face down, reduces your cognitive capacity. Just seeing it makes you think about it. Second, I sit at a proper desk with good lighting, not on a sofa or in bed. Third, I use noise-canceling headphones, either with silence or instrumental music without lyrics. Lyrics are very distracting when reading or thinking. Fourth, I keep my desk clear of unnecessary objects. Clutter creates mental noise.
A prepared environment is a productive environment. I love that. Now let's talk about something many students do wrong: highlighting and underlining. Many students use colored highlighters on their textbooks and feel very productive while doing it. The page looks neat and colorful, and it feels like studying. But research consistently shows that highlighting and underlining are among the least effective study techniques available. Why? Because they are passive. You are just marking text, not deeply engaging with it. And because students tend to highlight too much, which does not help them identify the most important information. Marking your textbook in yellow does not make your brain remember it better.
Instead of highlighting, students should annotate and engage actively. Here is what effective reading looks like. As you read, ask yourself questions. Why is this important? How does this connect to what I already know? Can I think of an example? Write these thoughts in the margins. This is called annotation. Summarize each section in your own words in the margin or in a separate notebook. This forces active processing. Create a simple outline of the main points without looking at the text. And after finishing a section, close the book and try to write everything you remember. Then check what you missed. These active reading strategies produce dramatically better retention than any amount of highlighting.
Annotation and summarizing in your own words, so much more powerful than highlighting. Now let's talk about the importance of sleep for learning, because many students make the serious mistake of staying up very late to study more, but this is counterproductive. During sleep, especially during the deep sleep and REM stages, your brain actively consolidates memories. It sorts, organizes, and strengthens everything you learned during the day, moving information from short-term to long-term memory. If you deprive yourself of sleep to study more, you are actually undermining the very process that makes your studying effective. The phrase "sleep on it" has real scientific meaning. Sleeping after learning significantly improves how well you remember.
Sleep is possibly the single most important study tool that almost no student talks about. Here is what happens neurologically. During deep sleep, your brain replays and strengthens the neural pathways formed during the day's learning. During REM sleep, your brain makes creative connections between new information and things you already know. This is why you sometimes wake up with a new understanding of something you were confused about the day before. Studies show that sleeping between a learning session and a test dramatically improves test performance compared to staying awake from more study time. The practical advice? Do your studying, then sleep. Do not cram at the expense of sleep.
Sleep is studying. Every student needs to hear that. Now let's talk about exercise and its relationship to learning, because this surprises many people. Physical exercise is not just good for your body, it is directly beneficial for your brain and your ability to learn. Exercise increases blood flow to the brain, promotes the growth of new brain cells, and releases chemicals like BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which scientists sometimes call miracle grow for the brain because it helps neurons connect and memories form. Studies consistently show that students who exercise regularly have better memory, better concentration, and better academic performance than those who do not.
The difference in my mental performance after exercise is remarkable. On days when I go for a morning run or do even a short workout before studying, my concentration is sharper, my thinking is clearer, and I learn new information much more quickly. On days when I sit at my desk all day without moving, my mind feels foggy and slow by the afternoon. The research strongly supports this personal experience. A study from Harvard found that aerobic exercise, activities that raise your heart rate, actually causes new brain cells to grow in the hippocampus, the area of the brain most responsible for learning and memory.
Move your body to improve your mind. Such a simple and powerful message. Now let's talk about something very important for all learners: the importance of breaks. Many students feel guilty about taking breaks. They think every minute not studying is a minute wasted. But this is wrong. Regular, planned breaks are essential for effective studying. Your brain cannot maintain deep focus indefinitely. After a period of concentrated work, typically 20 to 45 minutes, the quality of your attention decreases significantly. Working through this fatigue does not produce more learning, it produces less. Planned breaks allow your brain to consolidate recent learning, reset your attention, and approach the next session with fresh focus.
Effective study breaks are those that genuinely rest your brain, not those that simply replace one screen with another. Here is what I recommend. Stand up and move. Even walking to the kitchen and back gets blood flowing. Go outside briefly if possible. Fresh air and natural light are genuinely restorative for mental energy. Do a few minutes of gentle stretching. Your body gets stiff from sitting. Have a healthy snack and drink water. Hydration significantly affects cognitive performance. Or simply sit quietly for a few minutes without any screens. What I do not recommend for breaks: checking social media, watching videos, or playing phone games.
A real break means stepping away from all screens. So important and so often ignored. Now let's talk about goal setting for studying, because studying without a clear goal is like driving without a destination. Effective study goals are specific and measurable. Not, I will study English today, but I will learn and review 20 new English vocabulary words with flashcards for 30 minutes today. Not, I will study for my exam, but I will complete and self-test on chapters 3 and 4 today. When your study goal is specific, you know exactly when you have achieved it. This creates motivation, focus, and a satisfying sense of completion when you finish.
Setting effective study goals has transformed my productivity. Here's my simple system. The night before, I decide specifically what I want to accomplish the next day. Not what I want to go over, but what I want to be able to do by the end of the session. For example, by the end of this session, I will be able to recall all 50 vocabulary words without looking at my notes. Or I will complete 10 practice problems and check my answers. Notice that the goal describes a result, something I can verify, not just an activity. I also estimate how long each task will take and plan my sessions accordingly.
Specific outcomes make studying more effective and more satisfying. Perfectly said. Now, let's talk about the myth of multitasking, because many students believe they can study effectively while also doing other things, watching television, texting friends, or listening to music with lyrics. But research is very clear. Multitasking, truly doing two mentally demanding things simultaneously, is not possible for the human brain. What we call multitasking is actually task switching, rapidly moving attention between tasks. And every time you switch, there is a cost, called switching cost, where your attention takes time to fully engage with the new task. This makes every individual task slower and less accurate.
The impact of distractions during studying is much greater than most people realize. Research by Gloria Mark at the University of California found that after being interrupted, even briefly, it takes an average of 23 minutes to fully return to the original task. So one quick check of your phone does not cost you 30 seconds. It potentially costs you more than 20 minutes of full concentration. This means that students who study for 2 hours with frequent phone checks may achieve far less deep learning than students who study with complete focus for just 45 minutes.
Protect your focus fiercely. It is your most precious resource. I want to write that on every student's desk. Now, let's talk about the importance of understanding rather than memorization. Many students try to memorize information without truly understanding it. This creates fragile knowledge. You might remember facts for an exam, but quickly forget them afterward, and you cannot apply them flexibly in new situations. True learning means understanding the underlying concepts, principles, and connections. When you understand something deeply, you can remember it more easily, apply it in different contexts, and transfer it to new situations. In English, I understand why this works, not just that it works. I can explain this in my own words.
Building understanding rather than memorizing is one of the most important learning principles. A powerful technique for this is called the Feynman technique, named after Nobel Prize-winning physicist Richard Feynman. It works in 4 steps. First, choose a concept you want to understand. Second, explain it as simply and clearly as possible, as if you were teaching a 10-year-old child. Use plain language, no jargon. Third, identify the gaps. Where did your explanation break down? Where did you struggle to explain clearly? Those are the areas you do not truly understand yet. Fourth, go back to your source material and fill those gaps, then repeat.
Simplicity is the sign of true understanding. That is such a powerful principle. Now, let's do a quick quiz for our listeners. I will describe a student's study behavior, and Mark will say whether this student is studying smart and suggest a better approach if needed. Ready? Situation 1. Mia has an exam in 3 days. She opens her textbook and spends 2 hours reading all her notes from the beginning, using a yellow highlighter to mark sentences she thinks are important. She reads everything twice and feels confident she knows it well. Listeners, is Mia studying smart? Think about what we have discussed today. Mark, what is your verdict, and what should Mia do instead?
Mia is unfortunately not studying smart. She is using two of the least effective study techniques, passive rereading and highlighting. Rereading creates the illusion of knowing. Because the material looks familiar, she feels confident, but this familiarity is not the same as real memory or understanding. And highlighting is passive. It does not make her brain work hard to remember anything. Here's what Mia should do instead. After one reading, she should close the book and write down everything she can remember. Active recall. She should use flashcards to test herself on key facts. She should spread her review over 3 days, one solid session today, a review tomorrow, and a final review.
Perfect advice for Mia. Now let's look at situation 2. Daniel studies for 30 minutes with complete focus. No phone, no music, at his desk. He uses flashcards to test himself on vocabulary. After 30 minutes, he takes a 10-minute walk outside, then he returns and studies a different subject for 25 minutes using the Pomodoro technique. In the evening, he reviews his earlier flashcards briefly and goes to bed at 10:30 to ensure 8 hours of sleep. Listeners, is Daniel studying smart? What is he doing well? I am very curious to hear Mark's analysis of Daniel's study session.
Daniel is studying brilliantly. Let me go through everything he's doing right. First, 30 minutes of complete distraction-free focus. This protects his concentration and ensures deep learning. Second, using flashcards for vocabulary. This is active recall, one of the best study techniques available. Third, a 10-minute walk for a break. This genuinely restores his brain and increases blood flow. Fourth, switching to a different subject. This is interleaving, which again, research produces better long-term retention. Fifth, a brief evening review of earlier flashcards. This is spaced repetition, consolidating his earlier learning. And sixth, getting 8 hours of sleep, allowing his brain to fully consolidate everything he learned during the day.
Daniel is my new study hero. Now let's talk about something that often gets overlooked, the physical act of writing by hand. In our digital world, many students take notes on laptops or tablets, but research suggests that handwriting notes, physically writing by hand, leads to better learning than typing. The reason is fascinating. When you type, you can transcribe information very quickly, which means you often write down words almost verbatim without deeply processing them. When you write by hand, the process is slower, which forces you to listen more carefully, select the most important information, and put it into your own words. This deeper processing during note-taking leads to better understanding and better retention.
I use both, but for different purposes. For learning new material and attending lectures or classes, I always prefer handwriting in a physical notebook. The slower pace forces me to process and summarize rather than transcribe. My handwritten notes are messier and shorter than typed notes, but they represent what I actually understood, not just what I heard. For organizing and reviewing information later, I sometimes transfer key points to a digital format, which is easier to search and reorganize. If you use a laptop for notes, a simple rule helps. Do not write full sentences. Force yourself to summarize in 4 or 5 words per point. This mimics the processing benefit of handwriting.
Engage your brain, not just your fingers. Such a clear and practical principle. Now let's talk about learning in different ways, what is called multimodal learning. Our brains process and remember information much better when we encounter it in multiple different formats. Reading about a topic is one way, watching a video explanation is another, drawing a diagram is another, explaining it aloud to someone is another, creating a mind map is another. Each different format activates different parts of your brain and creates more connections to the new information, making it easier to remember and apply. For language learners especially, combining reading, listening, speaking, and writing creates much stronger learning than any single method alone.
Multimodal learning is something I practice naturally now, though I did not always do it deliberately. When I'm learning something new, I try to encounter it in at least 3 different ways. First, I read about it from a textbook or article. Second, I find a video explanation. Watching and listening adds a visual and auditory dimension. Third, I write a summary in my own words. This activates writing and deepens processing. And sometimes I also draw a simple diagram or mind map connecting the key ideas visually. For language learning specifically, which is what many of our listeners are doing right now, this means reading English, listening to English, speaking English, and
Every episode of this podcast is already multimodal learning. I love that. You are already studying smart by listening to us. Now let's give our listeners a complete summary of all the smart study strategies we have covered today. Strategy 1. Use active recall. Test yourself instead of rereading. Strategy 2. Use spaced repetition. Review at increasing intervals over time. Strategy 3. Use the Pomodoro technique. 25 minutes focused, 5 minutes break. Strategy 4. Try interleaving. Mix different subjects in one session. Strategy 5. Create a distraction-free study environment. Strategy 6. Annotate and summarize instead of highlighting. Strategy 7. Protect your sleep. It is essential for memory consolidation.
Continuing the strategy list, Strategy 9 sets specific, measurable study goals for each session. Strategy 10, eliminate all distractions, protect your focus fiercely. Strategy 11, build understanding, not just memorization. Use the Feynman technique. Strategy 12, use multimodal learning. Read, watch, write, speak. Strategy 13, take handwritten notes to deepen processing. Strategy 14, never cram. Distributed practice always beats massed practice. Strategy 15, do practice tests and questions, the best exam preparation available. And Strategy 16, teach what you have learned to someone else, or to yourself out loud. If you can explain it clearly and simply, you truly know it.
16 smart study strategies. What an incredible toolkit. I feel like going back to school just listening to this episode. Let me give a final summary of today. We talked about the difference between studying smart and studying hard. We covered active recall, spaced repetition, the Pomodoro technique, and interleaving. We discussed creating a good study environment, the failure of highlighting, and the power of annotation. We talked about sleep, exercise, breaks, goal setting, and the dangers of multitasking. We explored understanding over memorization using the Feynman technique, multimodal learning, and handwritten notes. We did a quiz about Mia and Daniel, and we gave 16 complete study strategies.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was one of the most practically useful episodes we have ever made. And a huge thank you to every listener who joined us today. Remember, studying smart means using your time and energy in the most effective way possible so that you learn more, remember more, and enjoy the process more. Every single one of the strategies we shared today is backed by real scientific research. They work. Start with one small change. Maybe try active recall for just 15 minutes today instead of rereading your notes. Notice the difference. Then add another strategy next week. Small, consistent improvements compound into extraordinary results over time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, friendly, and useful. Today, we have a very special and meaningful topic. We are going to talk about freedom. Freedom is one of the most important words in the English language. People talk about freedom every day, in politics, in daily life, in relationships, and in their personal goals and dreams. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Mark, say hello and tell us, what does the word freedom mean to you?
Hello, hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. The word freedom means a great deal to me. At its most basic level, freedom means the ability to make your own choices without being controlled or stopped by others. But freedom is also much bigger than that. It is about opportunity, dignity, and the right to live your life in a way that feels true to who you are. Today, Anna and I are going to explore freedom from many different angles: personal freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of movement, and much more. We will also share lots of useful English vocabulary and phrases. Let's begin this important and inspiring conversation.
Let's start with the basics. What does freedom actually mean? Freedom means the state of being free, being able to act, speak, or think without restriction. The adjective form is free. For example, she feels free to speak her mind. He is free to go wherever he wants. The opposite of freedom is restriction, control, or oppression. A person without freedom is controlled, limited, or imprisoned. In English, there are many related words. Liberty, which means almost the same as freedom, often used in formal or political contexts. Rights, the things you are legally allowed to do. Equality, when everyone has the same rights and opportunities.
Great question. There are many important types of freedom that people talk about in everyday life and in society. Freedom of speech, the right to say what you think without punishment. Freedom of movement, the ability to travel and live where you choose. Freedom of religion, the right to practice any religion or no religion at all. Freedom of the press, the right of journalists to report the news without government control. Personal freedom, the right to live your private life as you choose. Economic freedom, the ability to work, earn money, and spend it as you wish.
Those are all such important types of freedom. Now let's talk about personal freedom in everyday life, because this is something everyone experiences directly. Personal freedom means making your own choices about how to live. For example, choosing what career to pursue, choosing who to love and spend your life with, choosing what to eat, wear, and believe, choosing how to spend your free time. When we have personal freedom, we feel in control of our own lives. When we lose it, even in small ways, we feel frustrated or unhappy. In English, we use phrases like, "I want to make my own decisions. I do not want anyone to tell me what to do. I feel..."
That is a really interesting question. I feel very fortunate to have a great degree of personal freedom in my daily life. I can choose my work, my friends, my home, and how I spend my time. I can speak my opinions openly and practice whatever beliefs I hold. But I also recognize that true freedom requires responsibility. Freedom does not mean doing whatever you want without thinking about others. As the saying goes, your freedom ends where another person's freedom begins. This means that we must exercise our own freedom in a way that respects the rights and well-being of others.
Your freedom ends where another person's freedom begins. What a powerful and wise saying. Now let's talk about freedom of speech, because this is one of the most discussed and debated freedoms in the modern world. Freedom of speech means you have the right to express your opinions, ideas, and beliefs in conversation, in writing, in art, and in public. In democratic countries, freedom of speech is protected by law. However, even in countries with this protection, there are limits. For example, you cannot use speech to incite violence or spread dangerous lies that harm others. In English, useful phrases related to speech and expression: I have the right to say what I think. Everyone is free.
Freedom of speech is essential for so many reasons. First, it allows people to criticize their government and powerful institutions without fear. This is the foundation of a healthy democracy. Leaders who cannot be criticized tend to become corrupt and dangerous. Second, freedom of speech allows new ideas to be shared and debated. Science, art, and social progress all depend on the free exchange of ideas. Third, it allows individuals to tell their stories and have their experiences heard. When people cannot speak freely, injustice can be hidden. The phrase, "sunlight is the best disinfectant," is a famous saying meaning that transparency, bringing things into the open, helps society stay clean and fair.
Sunlight is the best disinfectant. What a vivid and memorable phrase. Now, let's talk about freedom of movement, because this is something many people take for granted. Freedom of movement means the ability to travel freely within your own country and, in some cases, to other countries. In the European Union, for example, citizens of member countries can live and work in any other member country without needing special permission. This is a remarkable freedom that millions of people benefit from. However, not everyone in the world has this freedom. People in some countries face restrictions on where they can travel.
I think about this topic quite deeply. I am very fortunate to hold a passport that allows me to travel to many countries with little difficulty, but I am aware that this is not the case for everyone in the world. Passport privilege is a real thing. The passport you hold largely determines how freely you can move around the world. Citizens of some countries can visit over 180 countries without a visa. Citizens of other countries can only visit a handful of places freely. This inequality is something many people do not think about. When I travel, I try to remember that the ease of my movement is a privilege, not something everyone shares.
Passport privilege is such a thought-provoking term. Now, let's talk about freedom and responsibility, because these two ideas are always connected. Having freedom means you also have responsibility for your choices and for how they affect others. This is true in everyday life and in society as a whole. For example, the freedom to drive a car comes with the responsibility to follow traffic laws and drive safely. The freedom to own a business comes with the responsibility to treat your workers fairly. The freedom to speak publicly comes with the responsibility to be truthful and respectful. In English, a popular phrase is, "With great power comes great responsibility." Mark, can you give more examples of how freedom—
Freedom and responsibility are truly inseparable. Here are more everyday examples. The freedom to use social media comes with the responsibility not to spread false information or bully others online. The freedom to have children comes with the enormous responsibility of caring for and raising them well. The freedom to live in a democratic country comes with the responsibility to participate by voting, staying informed, and being an active citizen. The freedom to eat whatever you choose comes with the responsibility to consider the impact on your health and on the environment. And the freedom to have a voice comes with the responsibility to listen as well as speak.
Responsibility transforms freedom from selfishness into wisdom. Beautifully said. Now, let's talk about financial freedom, because this is something many people dream about. Financial freedom means having enough money saved and invested that you do not need to work just to pay your basic bills. It means you have choices about how to spend your time, rather than being forced to work long hours in a job you dislike. Some people achieve financial freedom through saving carefully, investing wisely, and spending less than they earn over many years. Others build businesses that eventually provide passive income, money that comes in without requiring constant active work.
Financial freedom is something I think about a lot. To me, it does not necessarily mean being extremely wealthy. It means having enough to cover your needs comfortably, enough savings to handle unexpected problems, and enough flexibility to make choices based on what you value rather than just financial necessity. I do believe it is achievable for many people through consistent saving habits, living within your means, and making smart decisions about money over time. However, I also recognize that structural inequalities in society make financial freedom much harder for some people than others. Wages, access to education, healthcare costs, and economic opportunity are not equally distributed.
Living within your means is such a key phrase for financial freedom. Now, let's talk about freedom and relationships, because the way freedom operates within personal relationships is very interesting. In a healthy relationship, whether a friendship, a romantic relationship, or a family relationship, both people should feel free to be themselves. They should be able to express their thoughts and feelings honestly, pursue their own interests and friendships outside the relationship, and make personal decisions without constant control or judgment. When one person in a relationship controls or restricts the other too much, it becomes unhealthy. In English, we use phrases like, "I feel free to be myself with you." A good relationship gives you space.
Healthy freedom in a relationship is so important. I think it means mutual trust and respect, trusting your partner enough to give them space and respecting their individuality and independence. It means supporting each other's separate friendships, hobbies, and personal goals. It means being able to disagree, express different opinions, and even spend time apart without feeling threatened or jealous. The phrase "love sets you free" suggests that real love does not trap or restrict, it liberates. A partner who loves you genuinely wants you to grow, explore, and be your full self. Controlling behavior, checking someone's phone, limiting their friendships, or making all decisions for them is the opposite of love.
Real love and real freedom go hand in hand. What a beautiful and true statement. Now let's talk about freedom and creativity. When we have the freedom to create, to write, paint, sing, dance, build, or imagine, we express our most genuine and unique selves. Creative freedom means making art or ideas without being told exactly what to think or produce. History shows us that some of the greatest works of art and literature were created in conditions of restriction, people finding creative freedom even in difficult circumstances. In English, we often say someone has creative freedom when they are given space to make their own artistic decisions.
Creativity and freedom are deeply connected, though creativity is remarkably resilient. It finds expression even in the most restrictive conditions. Many great artists, writers, and musicians have created extraordinary work under censorship, poverty, or oppression. They found ways to communicate truth through metaphor, symbol, and hidden meaning. However, I believe creativity truly flourishes when people have genuine freedom. Freedom to explore ideas without fear, freedom to challenge conventions, freedom to fail and try again. When people feel free, they take creative risks, and creative risk-taking leads to real innovation and beauty. The phrase, "necessity is the mother of invention," suggests that even restriction can drive creativity, but I believe freedom is still the best environment for it.
Freedom is the best environment for the human creative spirit to bloom. I love that image. Now let's talk about freedom and nature. Many people feel a profound sense of freedom when they are in nature, in the mountains, by the sea, in a forest, or in a wide open field. Being in nature removes the restrictions of daily life. No screens, no schedules, no demands. You can move freely, breathe fresh air, and feel connected to something larger than yourself. In English, we have beautiful phrases about this feeling. Feeling free as a bird, the open road, the great outdoors, and breathing room, meaning space to relax and think freely.
I feel enormously free in nature. There is something almost magical about being in a wide-open natural landscape. When I hike in the mountains, I feel the weight of everyday worries literally lift from my shoulders. The scale of the landscape, the vast sky, the distant horizon, the silence puts everything in perspective. Small problems seem less important. Big questions feel more approachable. The phrase, "to get some headspace," means to gain mental clarity and perspective, and nature does this beautifully. I think many people in modern, busy urban lives are deeply hungry for this kind of freedom, the simple freedom of open space, fresh air, and quiet.
To get some headspace, such a useful and evocative phrase. Now let me ask you something a little different. Is absolute freedom, total freedom with no rules or limits at all, actually desirable?
This is a very interesting philosophical question. If there were absolutely no rules, no laws, and no limits on what anyone could do, would people be more free, or would life become dangerous and chaotic? Many philosophers have thought about this question. Thomas Hobbes, a famous English philosopher, argued that without rules, life would be nasty, brutish, and short. Others argue that freedom requires some structure to protect everyone's rights. Mark, what do you think? Is total, unlimited freedom actually a good thing?
This is a fascinating question. I do not think total, unlimited freedom is truly desirable or even possible in a society. Here's why. If one person has total freedom to do absolutely anything, then other people lose their freedom because they become victims of that person's unchecked actions. True freedom for everyone requires a social agreement, rules and laws that protect each person's rights and prevent one person from violating another's. This is the idea behind the social contract in political philosophy. We give up some absolute freedoms, like the freedom to harm others without consequence, in exchange for living safely and cooperatively in society.
Structured freedom is the most meaningful kind. What a clear and wise conclusion. Now let's talk about freedom and education. Education is one of the most powerful tools for creating genuine freedom. When you have knowledge, when you can read, think critically, understand the world, and communicate effectively, you have more choices in life. You are less likely to be manipulated or deceived. You are better equipped to participate in society and advocate for yourself and others. In English, the phrase "knowledge is power" directly connects learning to freedom and empowerment. Nelson Mandela, one of the world's most famous advocates for freedom, said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world."
Education creates freedom in so many ways. First, it opens economic doors. People with education generally have more career options, higher earning potential, and greater financial security. Second, it develops critical thinking, the ability to analyze information, question assumptions, and form your own opinions rather than simply accepting what others tell you. This is essential for personal and political freedom. Third, it builds communication skills. Being able to speak and write clearly and persuasively gives you a powerful voice in the world. Fourth, it expands your understanding of different cultures, perspectives, and possibilities, broadening your sense of what's possible for your own life.
Education truly is liberation. I love that. And for our listeners learning English, this podcast is part of your educational freedom journey. Now let's talk about freedom and technology. In many ways, technology has given people extraordinary new freedoms. The internet allows free access to information from anywhere in the world. Social media gives ordinary people a global voice. Remote work allows people to work from any location. Online learning removes geographical barriers to education. Translation technology breaks down language barriers. These are remarkable freedoms that did not exist for most of human history. However, technology also brings new restrictions and risks. Mark, do you think technology makes us more free or less free overall?
Technology is a genuinely double-edged sword when it comes to freedom. On the positive side, the internet has democratized information, giving billions of people access to knowledge that was previously only available to the privileged few. It has given voices to marginalized communities. It has connected people across borders and cultures. On the negative side, technology can reduce freedom in serious ways. Governments can use technology for surveillance, tracking citizens' movements and communications. Social media algorithms can create information bubbles, limiting the range of ideas people are exposed to. And constant connectivity can create a sense of never being truly free from work, news, or social obligations.
Technology amplifies both freedom and restriction. Such an insightful and balanced observation. Now, let's talk about some important people in history who fought for freedom. The world has been shaped by remarkable individuals who sacrificed enormously to expand freedom for others. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in prison fighting against apartheid, the system of racial separation and inequality in South Africa. He became a global symbol of courage and the struggle for equality. Mahatma Gandhi led India's peaceful independence movement against British colonial rule. Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat on a bus in Alabama in 1955, becoming a symbol of the American civil rights movement.
So many incredible people have fought for freedom throughout history. Harriet Tubman escaped slavery in the United States and then led many others to freedom through a secret network of safe houses called the Underground Railroad, one of the most courageous acts of resistance in American history. Malala Yousafzai, still young today, has fought for girls' right to education in Pakistan and around the world, surviving a serious attack for speaking out. Aung San Suu Kyi spent many years under house arrest in Myanmar for advocating democracy. Frederick Douglass escaped slavery and became one of the most powerful voices against it through his writing and speeches.
What an inspiring list of extraordinary people. Freedom is not given, it must often be fought for. That sentence gives me goosebumps. Now let's talk about a very simple but meaningful question. What does freedom feel like in everyday life? Not the big political or philosophical kind, but the small, daily feeling of being free. The feeling when you finish work on a Friday evening and have a whole weekend ahead. The feeling when you finish an exam or a difficult project. The feeling when you step outside on a beautiful morning with nowhere specific to be. The feeling of being completely understood by a good friend.
Oh, I love this question. The everyday moments of freedom are some of the most precious. My favorites, the feeling of finishing a challenging piece of work and closing my laptop, knowing the task is done and I am free. The moment I step off a plane in a new country and feel the air of a different place, pure freedom of possibility. Sunday morning with no schedule, drinking coffee slowly, reading a book with nowhere to be. A long walk with no destination, just walking where curiosity leads me. And the wonderful feeling of laughing deeply with close friends. Being so comfortable and accepted that you can be completely yourself.
Being fully yourself with no pretense. That is such a profound definition of freedom. Now let's talk about inner freedom, freedom of the mind and spirit. This is perhaps the deepest kind of freedom. You can be physically restricted in a difficult job, in a difficult place, in a difficult situation, and still have inner freedom. Inner freedom is the freedom to choose how you think, what you value, and how you respond to your circumstances. Viktor Frankl, an Austrian psychiatrist who survived Nazi concentration camps, wrote about this beautifully in his book, Man's Search for Meaning. He said that even in the most terrible circumstances, the last human freedom is the freedom to choose.
Viktor Frankl's idea of inner freedom is one of the most powerful and moving concepts I have ever encountered. He demonstrated that even in conditions of extreme suffering and total physical restriction, a person can maintain their dignity and their inner life. They can choose to find meaning, to maintain hope, to act with love and courage. This is an extraordinary and inspiring insight. Stoic philosophy, an ancient Greek and Roman tradition, also emphasizes inner freedom. The Stoics taught that we cannot always control external events, but we can always control our response to them. The phrase, respond, do not react, captures this idea.
Respond, do not react. Such a powerful phrase for daily life. Now let's give our listeners some useful English expressions and idioms related to freedom. Free as a bird, completely free with no restrictions. Break free, to escape from something that was holding you back. Set someone free, to release someone from restriction. Give someone free rein, to allow them to do whatever they choose. Footloose and fancy-free, having no responsibilities or commitments, completely free. The world is your oyster. You have complete freedom and many opportunities in front of you. Cut loose, to become free from something, often to relax and have fun.
More wonderful freedom expressions. Born free, a famous phrase from a song and film about a wild lion, meaning freedom is a natural state. Fly the nest, when young adults leave home and become independent for the first time. Spread your wings, to explore new opportunities and become more independent. No strings attached, complete freedom with no hidden conditions or obligations. The open road, a symbol of freedom and adventure, often used when talking about travel or new beginnings. Think outside the box, to be free in your thinking, not limited by conventional ideas.
March to the beat of your own drum is one of my all-time favorite English expressions. It beautifully captures the idea of living authentically and independently. Now let's talk about the relationship between freedom and happiness. Research in psychology suggests that having choices, having freedom, does make people happier. To a point, but too many choices can actually cause anxiety and dissatisfaction. This is called the paradox of choice. Psychologist Barry Schwartz found that when people have too many options, they often feel less satisfied with their final choice because they wonder if a different choice would have been better. So freedom and happiness are connected, but the relationship is more complex than it first appears.
The paradox of choice is a fascinating idea. I think freedom is essential for happiness, but you are right that unlimited choices do not automatically mean more happiness. The research suggests that a moderate amount of meaningful choice is most conducive to well-being, enough to feel autonomous and self-determining, but not so many options that you feel overwhelmed and paralyzed. I also think the kind of freedom matters enormously. Freedom to pursue meaningful relationships, creative work, and personal values tends to produce lasting happiness. Freedom to simply consume endlessly, choosing between hundreds of products or entertainment options, tends to produce only temporary satisfaction.
Simple, bounded freedom exercised with intention. I am going to write that down. Now let's do a quick and fun quiz for our listeners. I will give a definition, and Mark will tell us the correct word or phrase. Listeners, try to answer before Mark speaks. First, this is the freedom to say what you think without punishment. What is the correct term in English? Think about it. We talked about this earlier in today's episode. It's one of the most fundamental freedoms in a democratic society, and it's protected by law in many countries around the world. Can you remember the term?
The answer is freedom of speech. The complete phrase is freedom of speech, the right to express your opinions, ideas, and beliefs without fear of punishment. Well done to all our listeners who got it right. Let me give the next quiz question. This is the phrase we use to describe a person who has no commitments or responsibilities and is completely free. Think about it carefully. It's a fun, informal English idiom. We mentioned it earlier in the episode when we talked about freedom expressions and idioms. It has 4 words. The phrase describes someone who is free to go anywhere and do whatever they choose. It sounds a little old-fashioned, but is still used today.
The answer is footloose and fancy-free. A person who is footloose and fancy-free has no ties, no responsibilities, and is completely free to do whatever they wish. A truly free spirit. Now here is my final quiz question for our listeners. This is the name for the type of freedom that Viktor Frankl wrote about, the freedom that exists even in very difficult circumstances, inside a person's own heart and mind. It's a 2-word phrase, and we discussed it in today's episode. Even when people are physically restricted or in a very hard situation, they can still have this type of freedom. Think about your answer.
The answer is inner freedom. Viktor Frankl wrote about inner freedom, the freedom to choose your attitude, your values, and your response to any situation, no matter how difficult. Even when external circumstances are beyond our control, inner freedom remains available to everyone. This idea is profoundly hopeful and empowering. It means that true freedom is never completely taken from a person. Something essential always remains. 3 for 3 on the quiz. I hope our listeners enjoyed testing their knowledge. This topic is so rich and so important. Freedom is not just a political concept, it's something every person experiences, thinks about, and seeks in their own life every single day.
What a rich, deep, and inspiring episode this has been. I feel genuinely moved by everything we discussed today. Let me give a final summary. We talked about the many types of freedom: freedom of speech, movement, religion, and personal freedom. We discussed freedom and responsibility, financial freedom, and freedom in relationships. We explored creative freedom, the feeling of freedom in nature, and the philosophical question of absolute freedom. We talked about education as a path to freedom, technology and freedom, and great historical freedom fighters. We shared beautiful idioms and expressions about freedom, and we explored inner freedom, perhaps the most profound kind of all. Freedom is one of the most beautiful and important human values.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was one of the most meaningful and thought-provoking episodes we have ever made together. And a huge thank you to every single listener who spent this special time with us. Freedom is not something to take for granted. It is precious, complex, and worth thinking about deeply. Whether your freedom is political, personal, financial, creative, or inner, it matters. Use today's English vocabulary and phrases in your real conversations. Talk about what freedom means to you. Ask a friend what makes them feel free. Discuss the freedoms you value most. Language and freedom are connected. Every word you learn in English gives you more freedom to understand and engage.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and useful. Today, we have a really important and motivating topic. We're going to talk about not wasting your time. Time is the one thing we all have equally. Everyone gets 24 hours in a day, but how we use those hours makes a huge difference in our lives. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark. Mark, say hello and tell us, do you ever feel like you are wasting time?
Hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. Do I ever feel like I'm wasting time? Honestly, yes, sometimes. I think everyone does. But over the years, I've learned a lot about how to use time more wisely and how to recognize when I'm letting it slip away. Today, Anna and I are going to talk about what it means to waste time, why we do it, how to stop, and how to use your time in ways that make you feel happy, productive, and fulfilled. We will also give you lots of useful English vocabulary and phrases.
Let's start with the basics. What does it mean to waste time? To waste time means to spend time on things that are not useful, important, or meaningful, things that do not help you grow, achieve your goals, or make you happy. The opposite of wasting time is using time well, or spending time productively. Some useful English vocabulary for this topic: productive, doing something useful and getting good results; efficient, completing tasks with the least amount of time or effort wasted; priority, something that is more important than other things; procrastinate, to delay doing something, especially something you should do.
Great vocabulary to start with. The most common ways people waste time are quite relatable. Scrolling endlessly through social media, watching videos and reading posts without any clear purpose, sometimes for hours. Watching TV programs you do not even really enjoy just because the TV is on. Doing small, easy tasks to avoid a bigger, more difficult one. This is called procrastination. Saying yes to things you do not want to do and spending time on other people's priorities instead of your own. Overthinking, spending so much time worrying about decisions that you never actually make them. And waiting for the perfect moment, the perfect plan, or the perfect conditions before starting something important.
Waiting for the perfect moment. I definitely recognize that one. Now let's talk about why we waste time, because understanding the reason is the first step to changing the habit. There are several common reasons. First, fear. When we are afraid of failure or of not doing something perfectly, we avoid starting. Second, lack of clear goals. If you do not know what you want to achieve, it is very easy to fill your time with unimportant activities. Third, low energy. When we are tired, we tend to choose easy, passive activities rather than meaningful ones. Fourth, distractions. Our phones, notifications, and the internet are designed to grab and hold our attention.
The psychology of wasting time is very interesting.
One important reason is what psychologists call instant gratification, choosing something that feels good right now even if it doesn't help you long term. Watching a funny video feels good instantly. Working on a difficult project feels hard now but rewarding later. Our brains are naturally attracted to the easy, immediate reward. Another reason is mental fatigue. When your brain is tired from working hard, it seeks rest through distraction rather than productive rest. Also, lack of structure means without a plan or routine, time easily disappears. And finally, some people waste time because they are simply not aware of how much time they are losing.
Tracking your time? That sounds both scary and extremely useful. Now let's talk about the phrase, "don't waste your time," more directly. This phrase can be used in different ways in English. Sometimes we say it as encouragement. Don't waste your time worrying about things you cannot change. Sometimes we say it as advice. Don't waste your time with people who do not appreciate you. And sometimes we say it to warn someone, don't waste your time on that project, it will never work. The phrase is very flexible and comes up in many different conversations. Mark, can you give our listeners more examples of how we use this phrase naturally in everyday English conversations?
Sure, here are many natural examples of don't waste your time in everyday use. Don't waste your time watching that show. It is really not good. Don't waste your time explaining it to him. He has already made up his mind. I realized I was wasting my time at that job. He was going nowhere. Stop wasting time on social media and do your homework. She doesn't waste any time. She always gets straight to the point. This is actually a compliment, meaning she's very efficient. I wasted 2 hours trying to fix it, and it wasn't even necessary. Every minute you waste worrying is a minute you could spend doing.
Those examples are perfect. I especially love "she gets straight to the point." What a great compliment for an efficient person. Now, let's talk about time management, because this is one of the most important skills for not wasting time. Time management means planning and controlling how you spend your hours to make sure you achieve your goals and priorities. Some key time management strategies: making a to-do list, writing down everything you need to do, setting priorities, deciding which tasks are most important and doing those first, using a schedule or planner, assigning specific times to specific tasks, breaking large tasks into small steps so they feel less overwhelming.
Yes, time management is something I think about every day. My personal system is quite simple. Every evening, I write a short list of the 3 most important things I want to achieve the next day. Just 3, not 20. Keeping the list short forces me to think carefully about what really matters. In the morning, I do the most difficult or most important task first, before I check emails or social media. This is called eating the frog, doing the hardest thing first so everything else feels easy afterward. I also use a simple timer technique, working for 25 minutes without distraction, then taking a 5-minute break. This is called the Pomodoro technique.
Eating the frog. What a vivid and memorable phrase. Now, let's talk about the difference between being busy and being productive, because these are not the same thing. Many people are very busy all day, but do not actually achieve much that is truly important or meaningful. Being busy means your time is full of activity. Being productive means your activity is leading to real results and progress toward your goals. In English, we have a useful expression, working smarter, not harder. This means focusing your effort on the things that actually matter, rather than filling your day with tasks that keep you busy but do not move you forward.
The difference is so important. Here is a clear example. Imagine 2 students. Student A studies for 5 hours, but spends most of that time looking at her phone, reorganizing her notes, and making her workspace look nice. She feels very busy, but she does not learn much. Student B studies for 2 hours with complete focus, no phone, clear goals, active reading. She feels less busy, but she learns much more. Student B is productive. Student A is just busy. Another example. A person who attends many meetings at work all day long might feel very busy, but if those meetings do not lead to decisions or progress, they are not productive.
Am I making progress toward what actually matters to me? What a powerful question to ask yourself. Now, let's talk about procrastination in more detail, because this is one of the biggest reasons people waste time. Procrastination means delaying or postponing tasks, especially important ones, in favor of easier or more enjoyable activities. Almost everyone procrastinates sometimes, but chronic procrastination, doing it all the time, can seriously harm your productivity, your career, and even your mental health. The feeling of having unfinished tasks hanging over you is very stressful. In English, common procrastination phrases include, "I will do it later," "I will start tomorrow," "I'm not in the mood right now," "I will wait until..."
Procrastination is such a common struggle. The main reason people procrastinate is that the task feels uncomfortable, too difficult, too boring, too overwhelming, or too connected to a fear of failure or judgment. The brain avoids discomfort instinctively. The trick is to make starting easier, not finishing. The hardest part of any task is almost always the beginning, so one powerful strategy is commit to doing just 2 minutes of the task, just 2 minutes. Often, once you start, momentum builds and you continue naturally. Another strategy is to remove temptations. Put your phone in another room, close unnecessary browser tabs, and create a distraction-free environment. And remind yourself how good it feels to finish something.
Commit to just 2 minutes. Such a clever and practical strategy. Just starting is often the hardest part, and once you begin, it becomes much easier to continue. Now, let's talk about something many people find difficult: saying no. One of the biggest ways people waste time is by saying yes to things they do not want to do, helping with tasks that are not their responsibility, attending events they don't enjoy, or taking on extra work when they are already too busy. Learning to say no kindly but clearly is an essential skill for protecting your time.
Saying no is a skill that takes practice, but it gets easier. Here are some natural, polite ways to say no. "I really appreciate you thinking of me, but I can't commit to that right now." "I'm sorry, I already have plans." "That sounds interesting, but it's not the right time for me." "I need to protect my time at the moment." "I'm going to have to pass on this one, but thank you." An important mindset shift is remembering that every time you say yes to something you don't want to do, you are saying no to something you do. Your time and energy are limited and valuable.
If it is not a clear yes, it is a no. I love that rule. Now, let's talk about the role of habits in time management, because our daily habits have an enormous impact on how productively we use our time. A habit is something you do regularly, almost automatically without thinking. Good habits, like waking up early, exercising in the morning, or spending the first hour of your day on important work, save time and build consistency. Bad habits, like checking your phone first thing in the morning, staying up too late, or skipping planned tasks, waste time and reduce your energy.
My most important time-protecting habit is my morning routine. I wake up at the same time every day, no snoozing the alarm. The first 30 minutes of my morning are screen-free. I drink water, stretch gently, and think about what I want to achieve that day. This calm, intentional start sets a positive tone for the whole day. Another important habit, I batch similar tasks together. For example, I check and reply to all emails at specific times, not constantly throughout the day. Constantly checking emails and messages is one of the biggest time wasters in modern life.
Screen-free mornings and batching tasks, both such practical and effective habits. Now let's talk about distractions, because distractions are one of the greatest enemies of good time use in the modern world. A distraction is anything that takes your attention away from what you are supposed to be doing. In today's world, the biggest distractions are smartphones, especially social media apps and notifications, the internet, easy to start browsing for one thing and find yourself reading something completely unrelated 30 minutes later, television, background noise and interruptions from other people, and our own wandering thoughts. Research shows that after a distraction, it takes an average of 23 minutes to fully return to a focused state.
Managing distractions is something I work on constantly. My most effective strategies? First, I put my phone on Do Not Disturb mode when I need to focus, or I physically leave it in another room. Out of sight really does mean out of mind. Second, I use website blocking apps during work sessions. These prevent me from visiting distracting sites like social media. Third, I communicate my focus time to the people around me, letting them know I need uninterrupted time so they do not disturb me unnecessarily. Fourth, I work in blocks of focus time with short breaks so my brain gets scheduled rest rather than seeking distraction randomly.
A distraction list for random thoughts, that is genius. Writing ideas down instead of chasing them in your head keeps you focused and does not lose the thought. Now, let's talk about social media and screen time specifically, because this is probably the most common time waster for people today. Research shows that the average person spends about 6 to 7 hours per day looking at screens, phones, computers, and televisions. Social media platforms are specifically designed to keep you scrolling as long as possible, using psychology to trigger dopamine, the brain's pleasure chemical, with every notification, like, and new post.
My relationship with social media has changed a lot over the years. I used to scroll mindlessly for long periods and feel vaguely empty afterward. Now I approach it much more intentionally. I deleted most social media apps from my phone and only access them on my computer at specific limited times. I set a daily 30-minute limit for social media, enough to stay connected without losing hours. I also regularly ask myself, is this adding value to my life or am I just passing time? If the honest answer is the second one, I put the phone down.
The feeling without the substance. That is such a powerful and honest description of mindless scrolling. Now let's talk about the value of rest and leisure, because not all non-productive time is wasted time. This is a really important distinction. Rest is necessary and healthy. Your brain and body need recovery time to function well. Leisure activities that bring you joy, reading, cooking, spending time with loved ones, walking in nature, are not wasted time at all. They restore your energy, nurture your creativity, and contribute to your overall well-being and happiness. The key difference is intentionality. Choosing to relax and enjoy yourself is very different from mindlessly drifting from one distraction to another.
Restorative rest is so important and so different from passive time wasting. Here's the distinction I use. Genuine rest leaves you feeling refreshed, energized, and ready to engage with life again. True leisure activities are ones you actively choose because they bring you real joy or restoration. For me, restorative activities include sleeping 8 hours and taking short walks, reading books that genuinely interest me, cooking a new recipe, having meaningful conversations with friends, spending time in nature, and doing absolutely nothing, sitting quietly, thinking, watching the world. What does not restore me? Scrolling social media, watching TV I'm not truly enjoying, or staying in bed beyond what my body actually needs.
After this activity, do I feel better or worse? The perfect test for genuine rest versus time wasting. Now let's talk about goals and time, because having clear goals is one of the most powerful motivators for using time well. When you know exactly what you want to achieve, it is much easier to make decisions about how to spend your time. A useful framework for setting goals is the SMART system. SMART stands for specific, clearly defined, not vague; measurable, you can track your progress; achievable, realistic, not impossible; relevant, connected to what truly matters to you; and time-bound, with a deadline.
Clear goals are transformative for time management. When you have a specific goal with a deadline, every day becomes clearer. You can look at any activity and ask, does this bring me closer to my goal or does it not? If the answer is no, you can choose to spend less time on it. Goals also create motivation and momentum. Progress toward a meaningful goal feels very different from just being busy. Even small daily progress builds confidence and energy. For language learners especially, having a clear goal like, I want to hold a 5-minute conversation in English by the end of this month is so much more motivating and actionable than just, I want to improve my Eng.
time as a tool for building the life you want. What a beautiful way to think about it. Now, let's do a fun quiz for our listeners. I will describe a situation, and Mark will say whether this person is wasting time or using their time well, and why. Ready? Situation 1. Maria has a big exam in 3 days. She sits down to study, but first spends 20 minutes tidying her desk, sharpening all her pencils, organizing her notes by color, and making a cup of tea. Then she checks her phone briefly. Then she thinks about what to study first. After an hour, she has not actually studied anything. Listeners, what do you think?
Maria is definitely wasting her time, in a very common and recognizable way. What Maria is doing is called productive procrastination, doing tasks that feel useful and organized, but are actually just ways of avoiding the real task, which is studying. Tidying her desk and color-coding her notes feel productive, but they are not the priority right now. The exam is the priority. This pattern is very common because our brains like to do easy, satisfying tasks to avoid the more difficult but more important one. The solution for Maria: set a timer for 25 minutes, open the textbook to the first topic and begin, even if she does not feel completely ready.
Starting imperfectly is always better than waiting perfectly and never beginning. Perfect advice for Maria and for all of us. Now, situation 2 for our quiz. James finishes work at 6 in the evening. He comes home, changes his clothes, and goes for a 30-minute run. Then he cooks a simple dinner while listening to an English podcast. After dinner, he reads a book for 45 minutes. Then he calls his mother for 20 minutes. At 9:30, he puts his phone away and goes to bed at 10:30. Listeners, is James wasting his time? Think about it. His evening seems full of activities, but are they meaningful? Mark, what is your verdict this time?
James is absolutely using his time beautifully. Every activity in his evening is intentional and restorative. Exercise, excellent for physical and mental health. Cooking while listening to a podcast, multitasking in a genuinely useful way, enjoying a skill and learning at the same time. Reading, personal growth, and genuine relaxation. Calling his mother, maintaining an important relationship, and going to bed at a reasonable hour, protecting his sleep and energy for tomorrow. None of these activities is passive or mindless. James is choosing activities that serve his health, his learning, his relationships, and his well-being. This is the ideal evening, not because it is perfect, but because every choice is deliberate and meaningful.
James is my new role model for evenings. Now let's talk about something that many people struggle with, the fear of missing out, or FOMO. FOMO is a common modern feeling, the anxiety that other people are doing exciting things and you're missing out by not being there or not being involved. FOMO often drives people to waste enormous amounts of time on social media, checking what others are doing, attending events they do not truly want to attend, or constantly looking at their phone. The solution to FOMO is sometimes called JOMO, the joy of missing out. This means finding genuine contentment and peace in your own choices, even when others are doing something different.
FOMO is very real, and I have definitely experienced it. The turning point for me was realizing that social media only shows the highlights of people's lives, the best moments, the most exciting experiences. It's never the full picture. So comparing your ordinary Tuesday to someone else's curated holiday photos is always going to make your life seem less interesting, even when your life is actually wonderful. I now practice JOMO very deliberately. When I choose to stay home and read instead of going to a loud party, I enjoy that choice fully, rather than wondering what I'm missing.
Comparison is the thief of joy. That is one of my favorite English expressions. And presence is the antidote to FOMO. What a beautiful and wise thought. Now let's talk about the relationship between time and energy, because managing your energy is just as important as managing your time. You might have 24 hours in a day, but if you spend them exhausted and unfocused, you will not use them well. Understanding when your energy is highest, when you feel most alert, creative, and motivated, is very useful for scheduling your most important tasks at those times. For most people, energy is highest in the morning.
Energy management is something I think about a lot. I have noticed clear patterns in my own energy. My mental energy is highest in the morning. This is when I do my most creative and demanding work. I protect this time fiercely. No emails, no social media, no meetings if possible. Mid-afternoon, around 2 or 3 o'clock, my energy naturally dips. This is normal. Our bodies have a biological tendency toward a rest period in early afternoon. Instead of fighting it with caffeine, I use this time for lighter tasks, responding to emails, attending meetings, or doing administrative work. In the late afternoon, energy often rises again for several hours.
Working with your natural energy rhythms, what a smart and practical approach. Now let's give our listeners some final practical tips for not wasting time. These are simple, actionable steps they can start using immediately. Tip 1. Start each day by identifying your top 3 priorities. Tip 2. Do the most important task first before distractions begin. Tip 3. Put your phone away during focused work time. Tip 4. Use a timer. Work in focused blocks with short breaks. Tip 5. Track your time for 1 week. Write down what you do each hour. The results might surprise you. Tip 6. Learn to say no kindly but clearly.
More practical tips. Tip 8. Set specific times for checking emails and social media, not continuously throughout the day. Tip 9. Get enough sleep. A tired mind wastes far more time than a rested one. Tip 10. Remove apps from your phone that consume time without adding value. Tip 11. Plan your week on Sunday evening. Knowing your schedule reduces decision fatigue during the week. Tip 12. Stop multitasking. Research shows that doing 2 things at once means doing them both worse. Focus on one thing at a time. Tip 13. Celebrate progress, not perfection. Getting 80% of something done is far better than planning a perfect version forever.
Every hour is an hour of your one precious life. That is perhaps the most important reminder of the entire episode. Let me now give a final summary of everything we talked about today. We discussed what it means to waste time and why people do it: fear, lack of goals, distractions, and procrastination. We talked about the difference between being busy and being productive. We explored procrastination and practical strategies to overcome it. We discussed saying no, daily habits, distractions, social media, and the value of true rest. We talked about SMART goals, energy management, FOMO and JOMO, and we did a fun quiz with Maria and James.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was one of my favorite episodes. And a huge thank you to every single listener who spent this time with us today. And what an appropriate topic that is. You chose to spend time listening to this podcast, learning English, and thinking about how to live more intentionally. That is already an excellent use of your time. Take today's ideas and try just 1 or 2 of them this week. Put your phone away for 1 hour. Write your top 3 priorities tomorrow morning. Say no to one thing that does not serve you. Small changes made consistently create enormous transformations over time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so glad you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, warm, and useful. Today, we have a very important and meaningful topic. We are going to talk about how to stay positive during hard times. Life is not always easy. Everyone goes through difficult periods. Problems at work, health challenges, financial worries, or personal losses. Knowing how to stay positive during these moments is one of the most valuable skills you can have. I am joined by my wonderful co-host, Mark.
Hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our wonderful listeners. Yes, absolutely. Like everyone, I have been through difficult periods in my life. Times when things felt very heavy, and it was genuinely hard to find the energy or optimism to keep going. But looking back, I can honestly say that those hard times taught me the most, strengthened me the most, and ultimately led me to better places. Today, Anna and I are going to share practical strategies, useful English vocabulary, and honest, heartfelt advice about how to maintain a positive mindset when life is challenging. Whether you are going through something difficult right now or just want to be prepared, this episode is for you.
Let's start with some important vocabulary. Hard times means a difficult period in your life, when things are not going well. You might also hear tough times, a rough patch, or a difficult period. These all mean the same thing. To stay positive means to keep a good attitude and hopeful mindset, even when circumstances are difficult. Resilience is a very important word. It means the ability to recover from difficulties and keep going. A resilient person is someone who faces problems but does not give up. Mindset is the way you think about things, your mental attitude. And coping means managing and dealing with a difficult situation.
Of course, here are natural example sentences. She has been going through a really tough time since she lost her job, but she's handling it with incredible strength. He's one of the most resilient people I know. Nothing seems to keep him down for long. Having a positive mindset does not mean pretending everything is perfect. It means choosing to focus on what you can control. Coping with grief takes time. There is no right or wrong way to do it. It's okay to have bad days. What matters is how you cope with them. After a rough patch, things always get better. She changed her mindset and everything started to feel more.
Those example sentences are so natural and so useful. Now let's talk about why positivity matters during hard times. When life is difficult, it is very easy to fall into negative thinking, focusing only on what is wrong, worrying about the future, and feeling helpless or hopeless. This is completely natural and human. However, research in psychology shows that people who maintain a generally positive outlook during difficult times recover faster, experience less stress, make better decisions, and have stronger immune systems and better physical health. Positivity does not mean ignoring problems or pretending to be happy when you are not. It means choosing to also notice what is good, what is possible, and what you can learn.
Positivity during hard times is important for so many reasons. First, your mindset directly affects your actions. When you feel hopeless, you stop trying. When you maintain even a small sense of hope, you keep looking for solutions. Second, positivity affects the people around you. A positive attitude is contagious and supportive to everyone in your life. Third, hard times are temporary. Every difficult period eventually ends, and maintaining positivity helps you survive until it does. The phrase, "this too shall pass," is one of the most comforting things you can say to yourself during a hard time. It means whatever you are going through right now will not last forever.
This too shall pass, one of the most comforting phrases in the English language. Now let's talk about the first and most important strategy for staying positive during hard times: accepting your feelings. Many people think that staying positive means not feeling sad, angry, afraid, or upset, but this is wrong. Trying to push away or ignore negative emotions actually makes them stronger and more persistent. Real positivity begins with acceptance, honestly acknowledging that you feel sad, angry, scared, or overwhelmed. In English, it's okay to feel this way. I'm allowed to feel sad right now. I'm going through something hard, and that's valid. Accepting how you feel without judgment is the foundation.
Accepting feelings is absolutely the foundation. Psychologists call the unhealthy practice of pushing away emotions emotional suppression, and research shows it causes more stress, not less. When you say, "I shouldn't feel this way," or "I have no reason to be upset," you're fighting your own natural human response to a real situation. This wastes enormous mental energy. Instead, name your emotion. I feel anxious. I feel sad. I feel overwhelmed. Just naming it accurately brings immediate relief. This is called name it to tame it in psychology. Accepting a feeling doesn't mean staying in it forever. It means acknowledging it honestly so you can process it and move forward.
Name it to tame it. What a wonderful and memorable phrase. Now, let's talk about the power of connection, reaching out to other people during hard times. One of the most powerful things you can do when life is difficult is to talk to someone you trust. Sharing your struggles with a good friend, family member, or counselor does not make you weak. It makes you wise and brave. In English, I needed to talk to someone. Talking about it really helped me feel better. She was there for me when I needed her most. I reached out to a friend, and it made a huge difference. Sharing the problem made it feel smaller.
Connection has been absolutely essential during every difficult period of my life. When things feel dark and overwhelming, isolating yourself, pulling away from people, makes everything harder and heavier. Reaching out, even when it feels difficult, is always the right choice. Here are some natural phrases for asking for support. I am going through a hard time and could really use some company. Can we talk? I need to process some things. I just need someone to listen. I am not looking for advice, just support. Would you be free to chat this week? And phrases for offering support. I am here for you no matter what. You do not have to go through this alone.
Human connection is medicine for the soul. Beautifully said. Now, let's talk about gratitude, because practicing gratitude during hard times is one of the most researched and most effective positivity strategies available. It might sound strange. How can you feel grateful when things are going badly? But gratitude during hard times does not mean being glad that bad things are happening. It means intentionally noticing what is still good, still present, and still working in your life, even when something else is very difficult. Research shows that writing down 3 things you are grateful for every day, even very small things, significantly increases happiness and reduces stress over time.
Gratitude practice during hard times is something I return to again and again. When things are difficult, I force myself to notice even the tiniest good things. The warmth of a cup of tea, a kind text from a friend, sunlight through a window, the fact that I am breathing and alive. These small things can feel almost irrelevant next to a big problem, but noticing them reconnects you to the reality that life still contains beauty and goodness even in difficult moments. I write in a gratitude journal every evening, just 3 short lines. On hard days, I allow myself to write very simple things. I am grateful for my warm bed. I am grateful that today I had money for food. I am grateful that I had a friend who listened.
Small gratitude is still powerful gratitude. I love that. Now, let's talk about the importance of routine during hard times, because when life feels out of control, having a simple daily routine creates a sense of structure, stability, and predictability that is genuinely comforting. When everything around you feels uncertain or painful, the small, familiar rituals of daily life become anchors. Making your bed in the morning, having your usual cup of coffee, going for a short walk at the same time each day, preparing a simple meal. These small acts of routine remind you that you still have agency, the power to act and choose, even when the bigger circumstances are out of your hands.
Routine has saved me during hard times. When I went through a particularly difficult period a few years ago, everything felt chaotic and uncertain. The one thing that helped me most was maintaining my daily routine, even a very simple one. Waking up at the same time, making breakfast, going outside for 20 minutes. These small acts felt almost too simple to matter, but they mattered enormously. They told me that I was still here, still capable, still moving. A useful phrase for this is just keep putting one foot in front of the other. It means keep doing the next small thing even when the big picture feels overwhelming. You do not need to solve everything today.
One foot in front of the other and one day at a time, 2 of the most comforting English phrases for hard times. Now let's talk about the importance of physical health and positivity, because how you treat your body during hard times directly affects how you feel mentally and emotionally.
When life is difficult, many people either stop eating well, stop sleeping properly, or stop exercising, sometimes doing all three at once. But this is exactly the wrong response. Your body and your mind are deeply connected. When you are physically depleted, your emotional resilience drops significantly. Simple physical self-care acts become especially important during difficult times. Drinking enough water, eating regular, nutritious meals, sleeping as much as possible.
Physical habits were genuinely life-saving during hard times. Here's what I held on to. Sleep first. Even when my mind was racing and anxious, I prioritized lying down, resting, and giving my body recovery time. Poor sleep makes every problem feel 10 times worse. Walking outside, second. Even a 15-minute walk changed my emotional state significantly. Something about movement, fresh air, and natural light is incredibly healing for the anxious or sad mind. Eating something nourishing. Even when appetite is low, eating simple, real food keeps your energy and mood more stable. And reducing alcohol. People often drink more during hard times, but alcohol is a depressant and makes emotional lows much lower.
Looking after yourself is radical during hard times. That is so true. Now let's talk about the power of perspective. Perspective means how you see and interpret a situation. The same event can look very different depending on how you look at it. During hard times, our perspective often narrows. We see only the problem, only the pain, only what is lost. But consciously shifting perspective, choosing to look at the situation from a different angle, can be genuinely transformative. Some useful questions for shifting perspective: will this matter in 5 years? What can I learn from this experience? How have I grown from difficult things in the past? Is there any positive that could...
Perspective is one of the most powerful tools we have, and it genuinely takes practice. A technique I use is called zooming out, stepping back mentally from the immediate difficulty and seeing it in a bigger context. For example, if I lose a job, the immediate feeling is panic and failure. But zoomed out, many people have lost jobs and found better ones. This could open a new door. My worth is not my job. This is one chapter, not the whole story. Another technique is what psychologists call post-traumatic growth, the real phenomenon where people often discover new strengths, deeper relationships, and clearer values as a result of going through hard experiences.
What does not kill you makes you stronger is such a famous English expression. Now let's talk about limiting the news and negative information during hard times. When you are already struggling emotionally, consuming large amounts of negative news, social media, or toxic conversations can make your mental state significantly worse. In English, we have the phrase garbage in, garbage out, meaning that the information you put into your mind affects what comes out. If you fill your mind with fear and negativity, you will feel fearful and negative. During hard times especially, it is important to be mindful of what information you allow into your mental space.
Managing information input is so important during hard times. Here's what I do. First, I check the news once a day, not constantly throughout the day. Constant news creates constant anxiety without adding much extra knowledge. Second, I limit or pause social media during difficult periods. Seeing other people's highlight reels when you are struggling is genuinely harmful to your mental state. Third, I'm selective about what conversations I have and with whom. During hard times, I prioritize conversations with supportive, kind, and constructive people, and limit time with those who are negative or draining.
Curating your information environment? What a smart and modern concept. Now let's talk about something very powerful: helping others. It might seem counterintuitive. When you are struggling yourself, why would you help others? But research consistently shows that acts of kindness and helping others during your own hard times is one of the most effective ways to boost your own well-being. When you focus on someone else's needs, even briefly, it shifts your perspective away from your own pain. It reminds you that you still have something to give. It creates a feeling of purpose and connection. In English, helping someone else helped me feel better too. Being useful to someone gave me a reason to get.
Yes, very powerfully. During one of the most challenging periods of my life, I started volunteering at a local charity once a week. My own problems felt overwhelming, but for a few hours each week, I focused entirely on helping others in different but equally real situations. The effect was remarkable. When I left each week, my own problems felt slightly lighter, not because they had changed, but because my perspective had. I was reminded that pain is universal, that kindness matters, and that I was still capable and still useful. There's also a beautiful chemical explanation. Helping others triggers the release of serotonin and oxytocin, brain chemicals associated with happiness and connection.
A small act of kindness is good for the giver as much as the receiver. So beautifully true. Now let's talk about professional help, because sometimes hard times are very serious and the strategies we have discussed on their own are not enough. There is absolutely no shame in seeking professional support during difficult times. Seeing a therapist, counselor, or psychologist is a sign of wisdom and courage, not weakness. Mental health is just as real and important as physical health. If you had a broken leg, you would see a doctor. Emotional pain deserves the same care and attention.
Professional support is something I feel very strongly about. Therapy and counseling have helped millions of people navigate genuinely difficult life experiences: grief, trauma, anxiety, depression, relationship difficulties, and many more. There is still some stigma around mental health support in many cultures, the idea that needing help means you're not strong enough. But I think the opposite is true. Recognizing that you need help and actively seeking it is one of the strongest things a person can do. In English, we now commonly say, "I'm in therapy," the same way we might say, "I go to the gym," without embarrassment or apology. Mental health care is self-care.
I am in therapy the same way I say I go to the gym. I love that normalization. Now let's do a quiz for our listeners. I will describe someone going through a hard time and how they are coping, and Mark will say whether their approach is helpful or unhelpful and why. Ready? Here is the first situation. Lisa has just lost her job. She feels very sad and scared. She calls her best friend and says, "I need to talk. I am going through something hard." Her friend comes over and just listens for an hour. Lisa cries. She feels a little better afterward. Mark, is Lisa coping well with this situation?
Lisa is coping really well. Let me explain what she is doing right. First, she acknowledged her feelings. She did not pretend to be fine or push her emotions away. She allowed herself to feel sad and scared, which is healthy. Second, she reached out for connection. She called a friend instead of isolating herself. This took courage. Third, she was specific about what she needed. She said, "I need to talk," which is clear and honest communication. Fourth, she allowed herself to cry. Emotional release is healthy and physically beneficial. And fifth, she noticed that she felt better afterward. She's paying attention to what helps her cope.
Excellent analysis of Lisa's situation. Now let's look at the second quiz scenario. This one is quite different. James has been going through serious financial difficulties for several months now. Instead of talking to anyone about it, he stays at home completely alone every evening, watches negative news for hours, stops exercising sometimes, and drinks more alcohol than usual to cope. He tells himself he just needs to figure it all out on his own. He feels worse every single week. Mark, what exactly is James doing wrong, and what specific changes would you recommend for him to start feeling better?
Poor James. He is making several common but harmful mistakes. First, isolating himself. Going through hard times alone makes everything heavier. He needs connection. Second, consuming negative news for hours. This amplifies anxiety without helping. He should limit news to once a day. Third, stopping exercise and skipping meals. Physically depleting himself is making his emotional state much worse. Fourth, drinking more alcohol. This is a depressant that will deepen his lows significantly. And fifth, the figure-it-out-alone mentality. Pride is stopping him from getting help he genuinely needs. My specific recommendations: call one trusted friend today, go for one walk outside, eat one proper meal, turn off the news.
Perfect advice for James. Small steps in the right direction make a huge difference over time. Now, I want to share some beautiful and comforting English phrases that you can say to yourself or to someone else during hard times. These are phrases that bring comfort, hope, and perspective. You are stronger than you think. This will not last forever. You have survived hard things before. One day at a time. It is okay to not be okay. You are not alone in this. Better days are coming. You are doing the best you can. This is a chapter, not your whole story. And one of my personal favorites, after the storm comes the rainbow. Mark, what are your favorites?
I love this collection. Here are some more of my favorites. Every day may not be good, but there is something good in every day, reminding us to look for small lights even in dark times. Tough times never last, but tough people do. Very empowering and motivating. Fall 7 times, stand up 8. The Japanese proverb, meaning resilience is about getting up one more time than you fall. The darkest hour is just before dawn. When things seem at their worst, improvement may be very close. You cannot pour from an empty cup, reminding us to take care of ourselves. Everything will be all right in the end.
If it is not okay, it is not the end. I think that might be the most comforting sentence in the English language. Now, let's talk about something that many people overlook during hard times. Rest. Real rest. When life is difficult, many people feel guilty about resting. They feel they should be doing something, fixing something, or working harder to solve the problem. But rest is not laziness during hard times. Rest is medicine. Rest is recovery. When you are carrying emotional or physical weight, your body and mind need extra recovery time, not less. In English, I need to rest and recover. Give yourself permission to rest. Rest is productive. You cannot pour from an empty cup.
Giving myself permission to rest during hard times is something I have had to actively learn. It did not come naturally. My mind used to say, resting is wasting time when things are hard. You should be solving the problem. But I've learned that rest is essential, not optional, during difficult periods. Here's how I give myself genuine permission. First, I remind myself that a rested mind thinks more clearly and solves problems better than an exhausted one. Second, I reframe rest as an active choice, not a passive failure. I'm choosing to rest so I can face tomorrow better. Feels very different from I'm giving up for today. And third, I make rest intentional.
Rest with intention is genuinely restorative. I love how you reframe it as an active, positive choice. Now let's talk about creativity and expression as tools for staying positive. Many people find that engaging in creative activities during hard times is incredibly helpful, not to produce perfect work, but to express what is inside and process difficult emotions. Writing in a journal, drawing or painting, playing music, dancing, cooking a new recipe, gardening. These activities get you out of your head and into your hands. They create something, even when life feels like it is taking things away.
Creativity has been a significant source of healing for me during difficult periods. Writing, especially, keeping a journal during hard times, allows me to externalize the thoughts that would otherwise circle endlessly in my mind. Getting thoughts onto paper makes them more manageable and more clearly visible. I can see patterns, question them, and release them more easily when they are written down rather than trapped in my head. I also play the guitar sometimes, not professionally, just for myself. Playing music is one of the few activities that fully absorbs my attention and gives my worried mind a complete rest.
Lose yourself in something. Such a perfect expression for creative immersion. Now let's talk about hope, because hope is perhaps the most essential ingredient for staying positive during hard times. Hope is the belief that things can and will get better, that the current situation is not permanent, and that good things are still possible in the future. In English, hope-related phrases include, I have not given up hope. There is still reason to hope. I believe things will get better. Hold on, better days are coming. Never lose hope. Hope does not mean being naive or ignoring reality. It means maintaining a genuine belief in the possibility of positive change.
Holding on to hope during dark times is something I do very deliberately. Several things help me. First, evidence from the past. I remind myself of previous hard times I survived and eventually moved through. If I did it before, I can do it again. Second, small improvements. Even on the darkest days, there are usually tiny signs of progress or small good moments. I look for these actively. Third, other people's stories. Reading or hearing about people who survived very difficult situations and found joy and meaning again is genuinely inspiring. Fourth, the simple passage of time. Every day that passes is a day further from the beginning of the difficulty and closer to its end.
Hope is the light in the darkness. What a beautiful and true image. Now let's give our listeners a final practical toolkit for staying positive during hard times. A simple list of strategies they can use immediately. Strategy 1, accept your feelings without judgment. Strategy 2, reach out to someone you trust. Do not isolate. Strategy 3, practice daily gratitude. Even just 3 small things. Strategy 4, maintain a simple daily routine. Strategy 5, take care of your physical body. Sleep, water, movement, food. Strategy 6, shift your perspective. Ask, what can I learn? Strategy 7, limit negative information and curate your mental environment.
Continuing the toolkit. Strategy 10, use creativity and expression. Write, draw, play, create. Strategy 11, hold on to hope, even the smallest kind. Strategy 12, seek professional support if needed. There is no shame in this. Strategy 13, remind yourself that this is temporary. This too shall pass. Strategy 14, find meaning. Ask yourself what this experience might be teaching you or building in you. Strategy 15, be gentle with yourself. Do not add self-criticism to an already heavy load. And strategy 16, celebrate small victories. Getting through a hard day is a real achievement worth acknowledging.
What a comprehensive and compassionate toolkit. I feel genuinely comforted just reading through that list. Let me now give a final summary of today's episode. We talked about what positivity during hard times really means, not pretending to be happy, but choosing to also notice what is good and possible. We discussed accepting feelings, the power of connection, gratitude practice, and the importance of routine. We talked about physical health, perspective, managing information, and helping others. We explored professional support, rest, creativity, hope, and comforting English phrases. We did a quiz about Lisa and James, and we built a complete 16-step toolkit for staying positive during hard times. Thank you so much to every listener who joined us today.
Thank you so much, Anna. This was one of the most meaningful episodes we have ever created. And a very big thank you to every single listener who was here with us today. If you are going through a hard time right now, I want to say directly to you, I am proud of you for still showing up, still learning, still trying. That takes real courage. Hard times are part of every human life. They do not make you broken, they make you human, and they will pass. Use the strategies we shared today. Reach out to someone. Be kind to yourself. Hold on to hope.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. This podcast is made for beginner English learners, and every episode is simple, fun, and useful. Today, we have a really exciting topic. We are going to talk about travel. Almost everyone loves travel, and talking about it is something you will do all the time in English. Whether you are planning a trip, talking to someone at a hotel, or just sharing your holiday stories, you need travel vocabulary and phrases. By the end of this episode, you will feel much more confident talking about travel in English. Let me introduce my wonderful co-host, Mark. Hi, Mark.
Hello. Thank you, Anna. Hi to all our fantastic listeners. Yes, today we are talking about travel, and I am genuinely excited about this topic. Travel is one of my favorite things to talk about because it connects so naturally to real life. You can use Travel English right away when you book a flight, check into a hotel, ask for directions, or order food in a restaurant in another country. For beginners, travel is also a great topic to practice because the vocabulary is very practical. Today, Anna and I will cover lots of useful words, phrases, and example conversations. So get comfortable, relax, and let's explore the world of Travel English together. Let's start.
Okay, so let's begin with the very basics. When we talk about travel, the first question is usually, where do you want to go? In English, we can ask this in simple ways. Where do you want to travel? Or where are you going on holiday? Or what is your dream destination? A destination is the place where you want to go. For example, my destination is Paris, or I want to travel to Japan. Other important basic words are a trip, a journey you make to another place, a holiday, time off when you travel or rest, a suitcase, the bag you pack your clothes in. Mark, can you give some more basic travel vocabulary?
Sure. Here are more important basic travel words. A passport, the official document you need to travel to another country. A visa, permission from a country to enter and stay there. A ticket, the document that lets you travel by plane, train, or bus. A flight, a journey by plane. A hotel, a building where you pay to sleep and stay. A map, a drawing that shows streets and places to help you find your way. A tourist, a person who visits a place on holiday. A souvenir, a small gift you buy to remember a place. These are all very common words you will hear when you travel. Learn them.
Those are great words. Passport, visa, ticket, flight, hotel, map, tourist, souvenir. All so useful. Now let's talk about how to plan a trip. When you plan a travel, the first step is usually to choose your destination. Then you need to book your transport. This means you buy your tickets in advance. I want to book a flight to Rome. Next, you book your accommodation, a place to stay. I need to book a hotel room for 3 nights. Then you pack your suitcase. You put your things inside. Finally, you go to the airport or train station. Mark, can you give some useful phrases for booking a trip?
Of course. Here are some very useful phrases for planning a trip. I want to book a flight to London for next Friday. Can I get a return ticket, please? A return ticket means you go and come back. I need a single ticket to Madrid. A single ticket is one way only. I would like to book a hotel room for 2 nights. Do you have any rooms available? What time does the flight depart? Depart means leave. What time does the flight arrive? Is breakfast included in the price? Is breakfast part of the hotel cost? These are all phrases you can use when you plan a real trip. Practice them at home.
Is breakfast included? I love that phrase. It is so useful when you stay in a hotel. Now let's talk about the airport, because for many travelers, the airport is the first big experience. At the airport, there are many important areas and words. Check-in. This is where you show your ticket and passport and give your big suitcase to the airline. Security. This is where they check your bags for safety. Gate. This is the door where you board, get onto, the plane. Boarding. When passengers get on the plane. Arrivals. Where passengers come in from flights. Departures. Where passengers leave for flights. Mark, give us some airport example sentences.
Great airport vocabulary, Anna. Here are some useful airport sentences. Where is the check-in desk for flight BA204? Please put your bags on the belt at security. Your gate is number 14. Boarding starts at 2:30. Please have your boarding pass ready. A boarding pass is the document that lets you get on the plane. Is this the gate for the flight to Tokyo? The flight has been delayed by 1 hour. Delayed means it starts later than planned. The flight has been canceled, means it doesn't happen at all. My bag is lost. Can you help me? Said when your suitcase doesn't arrive. Very important to know.
My bag is lost. I hope nobody needs to say that, but it is very important to know. Now, let's talk about hotels, because after the airport, the hotel is usually the next big place you visit when you travel. At a hotel, you check in when you arrive and check out when you leave. The reception or front desk is where you go to get your room key and ask questions. The room can be single for one person or double for two. Other useful words: room service, food delivered to your room. A lift takes you between floors. Mark, what phrases can you give for talking to hotel staff?
Sure. Here are very useful hotel phrases. I have a reservation under the name Anna Smith. A reservation is a booking you made before. Can I check in, please? My name is Mark. What time is checkout? Checkout is when you must leave the room. Can I have a wake-up call at 7 o'clock, please? Is there free Wi-Fi in the hotel? My room is too cold. Can you help? The shower is not working. Can I have an extra pillow, please? I would like a room with a sea view. Can you recommend a good restaurant nearby? Nearby means close to here. These are all real phrases hotel guests use every day. Practice them.
I would like a room with a sea view. That sounds like a wonderful dream. Now, let's talk about different types of transport. There is the plane, the fastest way to travel far. A train, great for traveling between cities, comfortable and fast. A bus, cheaper than a train and good for shorter distances. A ferry, a boat that carries passengers across water between islands or countries. A taxi, a car with a driver that you pay. A car rental, you rent a car and drive yourself. Mark, what type of transport do you prefer when you travel?
Great question. Personally, I love traveling by train because I can relax, look out of the window, and enjoy the scenery. Scenery means the view of nature and landscapes around you. But I also love road trips, traveling by car to different places, making stops along the way. Here are some useful transport phrases. Can I buy a train ticket to Barcelona, please? Which platform does the train leave from? A platform is the area beside the train track where you wait. How long is the journey? Does this bus go to the city center? I would like to rent a car for 3 days. Can you take me to the main station, please? All very practical phrases.
I love train travel too. The scenery is so beautiful. Now, let's talk about asking for directions, because when you travel, you often get lost or do not know where things are. It is very important to know how to ask for help. Some simple ways to ask for directions. Excuse me, where is the nearest metro station? Can you tell me how to get to the museum? How far is it from here? Is it within walking distance? This means, can I walk there, or is it too far? When someone gives you directions, you will hear, turn left, turn right, go straight. Keep walking the same way. Mark, can you give more direction phrases?
Direction words are so important for travelers. Here are more useful phrases. Go straight ahead for 2 blocks, then turn left. The hotel is on your right. Turn right at the traffic lights. Go past the supermarket and turn left. It is just around the corner. This means it is very close. Take the second street on the left. The museum is opposite the park. Opposite means directly across from something. You can walk there in about 10 minutes. Take the underground or subway to the next station. I'm sorry, I'm not from here. I do not know. A polite way to say you cannot help. Very useful.
It is just around the corner. It means something is very close. Now, let's talk about food and restaurants when traveling, because eating is one of the best parts of any trip. When you're in a new country, try the local food, the traditional dishes from that place. In a restaurant, you'll need key phrases. A table for 2, please. Can I see the menu? What do you recommend? I'm vegetarian. Do you have vegetarian options? Can I have the bill, please? The bill shows how much you must pay. Mark, any more restaurant phrases?
Yes, here are more useful restaurant phrases for travelers. I would like to order the pasta, please. What is today's special? The daily special is a dish the chef makes fresh that day. Is this dish spicy? Can I have some water, please? This is delicious, a great compliment for the chef or waiter. Could I have this without onions, please? Useful if you don't like something. Can I pay by card? Do you have a children's menu? We would like separate bills, please. Each person pays for their own food. A very important phrase. What is this dish made of? To find out the ingredients. Always ask if you have food allergies.
What is this dish made of? A smart question if you have food allergies. Now let's talk about sightseeing, one of the most fun parts of travel. Sightseeing means visiting famous and interesting places. A sightseeing spot is called an attraction or a landmark. Famous landmarks include the Eiffel Tower in Paris, Big Ben in London, and the Colosseum in Rome. When you visit, you need phrases like, how much does it cost to enter? What time does it open? Is there a guided tour? A guide walks you around and explains everything. Mark, what are your favorite sightseeing activities?
I love exploring local markets and walking around old city centers. They always feel so alive and interesting. When sightseeing, here are some very useful phrases. 2 tickets to the museum, please. Is photography allowed inside? Some museums do not allow photos. Where is the entrance? How long does the tour take? Do you have an audio guide? An audio guide is a device or phone app that tells you about the place as you walk. Is there a discount for students? Can I buy tickets online? What is the most popular attraction in this city? I would like to visit the Old Town, the historic, original part of a city. Very useful for any sightseeing trip.
Is photography allowed? So important to ask before taking pictures. Now let's talk about shopping when traveling, because buying things is a fun part of many trips. You might visit local markets, shopping streets, or souvenir shops. Useful shopping phrases. How much does this cost? Can I try this on to see if clothing fits? Do you have this in a larger size? This is too expensive. Do you have anything cheaper? I will take it when you decide to buy something. Can I pay in cash? Where can I find a pharmacy? Mark, more shopping phrases?
More shopping phrases for travelers. Do you accept credit cards? Can I get a receipt, please? A receipt is a piece of paper that proves you paid. Is there a tax refund for tourists? Some countries give tourists money back on shopping tax. Do you have this in a different color? Can you gift wrap this? Is this a local product? Good when buying souvenirs. Where's the nearest shopping center? Do you have a sale on? A sale means lower prices. I'm just looking, thank you. A polite way to say you are not ready to buy. These phrases make shopping abroad very easy.
I'm just looking, thank you. I use that phrase all the time. Now let's talk about money and payments when traveling, because when you travel, the money is often different. In Europe, many countries use the euro. In the United Kingdom, they use the pound. In Japan, the yen. You need to exchange money. Change your home currency for the local one. A currency exchange is the place to do this. Useful money phrases. What is the exchange rate today? Can I exchange euros for dollars? Is there an ATM nearby? An ATM gives you cash. Mark, more money phrases?
Yes, money and banking are really important for travelers. Here are more useful phrases. I would like to withdraw some cash. To withdraw means to take money out. Can I use my debit card here? Is there a fee for using this ATM? My card is not working. Can you help? How much does this cost in euros? Do you take foreign currency? Some shops accept the money of other countries. I have traveler's checks. Traveler's checks are a safe way to carry money abroad. Can I get change for this note? A note is paper money. A very practical tip, always tell your bank before you travel so they do not block your card.
Tell your bank before you travel. Such very practical advice. I forgot once and my card was blocked on the first day. Very stressful. Now let's talk about making conversation with local people, one of the best parts of travel. Simple conversation starters. Excuse me, do you speak English? I'm a tourist. Can you help me? I'm visiting from South Korea. This is my first time here. I love your city. What do you recommend? What is the best time of year to visit? Mark, can you give more phrases for friendly conversations with local people?
Meeting local people is the best part of travel. Here are more friendly phrases. How long have you lived here? What is your favorite thing about this place? Are there any hidden gems nearby? A hidden gem is a wonderful place few tourists know about. What local dish must I try? Is this area safe for tourists? I'm staying here for 1 week. I'm traveling alone. I'm traveling with my family. Is there a local market to visit? Thank you so much for your help. And when someone is extra helpful, you made my day. They made you feel very happy.
You made my day is such a warm and friendly expression to know. Now let's talk about common travel problems, because not every trip goes perfectly. Sometimes things go wrong and you need to ask for help. Common problems include a delayed or canceled flight, a lost bag, feeling sick, or losing your passport. Useful phrases for problems: I need help, please. I have lost my passport. I feel sick. Is there a doctor nearby? My bag did not arrive. I missed my train. What can I do? Where is the nearest hospital? I need to contact my embassy. Mark, can you give more problem-solving phrases?
Problem phrases are so important. Here are more useful ones. I do not understand. Can you say that again more slowly? Can you write it down for me, please? Can you call a taxi for me? I am allergic to this medicine. Do you have something else? My phone battery is dead. Can I use your charger? I have lost my wallet. I need to make an emergency call. Is there a police station nearby? Can you help me find my hotel? Here is the address. I do not have travel insurance. Travel insurance helps you pay for problems on your trip. Can I use the phone? These phrases could help in a real emergency. Very important to know.
Travel insurance and emergency phrases, so important. Now let's talk about accommodation, because there are so many different types of places you can stay when you travel. We already mentioned hotels, but there are other options too. A hostel, a cheaper place to stay, often with shared rooms. It is very popular with young travelers and backpackers. A backpacker travels with just a backpack and a small budget. A guest house, a small family-run place, often cheaper and more personal than a big hotel. An Airbnb, renting someone's home for your stay. A resort, a large hotel, often by the beach with activities included. Mark, what type of accommodation do you prefer?
I love different types depending on the trip. For a relaxing holiday, I enjoy a resort by the sea. For a budget city trip, a guest house or Airbnb is perfect. You experience the local area more closely. Here are useful accommodation phrases. I would like to check in, please. Can I have a quiet room? Does the room have air conditioning? Is there a safe in the room? A safe is a locked box for your valuables. Can I leave my luggage here after checkout? Is parking available? Is the hotel near public transport? All very practical questions.
Can I leave my luggage after checkout? So useful when your flight is late in the evening and checkout is in the morning. Now let's talk about weather, because it can completely change all your travel plans. Always check the weather forecast before you travel. Useful weather words: sunny, the sun is shining; rainy, lots of rain; cloudy, covered with clouds; windy, strong wind; hot, very warm; cold, low temperature; snowy, snow is falling; humid, warm and wet air, common in tropical countries. Mark, how does weather affect your travel plans?
Weather really does change everything when you travel. I always check the forecast carefully before packing my suitcase. For hot and sunny weather, I bring light clothes, sunscreen, and a hat. For cold or rainy weather, I pack a jacket and umbrella. Here are useful weather phrases for travel. What is the weather like in Bangkok in July? Is it the rainy season now? Should I bring an umbrella? The weather is perfect for sightseeing. I was not expecting it to be so cold. There's a storm coming. Should I change my plans? What is the best season to visit? Very natural.
What is the best season to visit? Such a useful question. Different places are beautiful at different times of year. Now let's do a fun activity. Let's imagine we are planning a trip together. Mark, let's pretend we are two friends planning a holiday. I will start. So, Mark, where should we go for our next holiday? I really want somewhere sunny and warm. Maybe the beach? This kind of role-play conversation is great practice for our listeners. Try to do this with a friend at home. Think of a destination, talk about transport, accommodation, food, and activities. Real conversations like this will help you remember vocabulary much better than just reading from a list. Ready, Mark?
I love this idea. Let me play along. Great idea, Anna. How about Thailand? It's sunny, warm, and the beaches are beautiful. We can fly there directly from our city. The flights are usually about 11 hours. Let's book a small hotel near the beach. I prefer somewhere quiet and not too expensive. What activities do you want to do there? We can snorkel, swim underwater with a mask, visit temples, try Thai food, and explore local markets. That sounds amazing. I will check the visa requirements. Do we need a visa to go there? This kind of conversation is perfect practice. Listeners, try making your own travel planning conversation with a friend.
That Thailand conversation was so much fun. I really want to go now. Now, let's talk about describing a place when you come back from a trip. People always ask, "How was your holiday?" or "What was it like?" You need to describe places in English. Useful adjectives: beautiful, very nice to look at; crowded, full of many people; peaceful, quiet and calm; exciting, full of interesting things to do; expensive, costs a lot; affordable, good value; amazing, incredible, wonderful; disappointing, not as good as you expected. Mark, can you give some example sentences?
Describing places is so much fun. Here's some natural example sentences. The old town was absolutely beautiful. The streets were narrow and full of history. The beach was very crowded in summer, but still lovely. The mountains were peaceful and perfect for walking. The mood market was exciting. There were so many different smells and colors. The hotel was clean, comfortable, and very affordable. Unfortunately, the weather was disappointing. It rained every day. The city was amazing. I want to go back. The local people were incredibly friendly and welcoming. Notice the adjectives. They paint a picture for the listener. Describing places with feeling and detail makes your stories much more interesting to listen to.
Those descriptions are absolutely wonderful. The streets were narrow and full of history. I can picture it perfectly. Now, let's learn some very useful travel expressions that English speakers use all the time. Hit the road. This means to start a journey. Live out of a suitcase. To travel so much you never stay in one place long. Off the beaten track. Going to places not popular with most tourists. Explore the world. To travel and discover new places. Jet lag. Feeling very tired after changing time zones. Mark, can you give examples using these travel expressions?
I love those travel expressions. Here's some natural example sentences using them. We hit the road early in the morning to beat the traffic. She basically lives out of a suitcase because she travels so much. I prefer off-the-beaten-track destinations away from big crowds. My dream is to explore the world and visit every continent. I had terrible jet lag after flying from New York to Seoul. More great travel expressions. Go sightseeing, to visit tourist attractions. Pack light, bring very few things in your bag. All-inclusive, your holiday price includes food, drinks, and activities. These are all very natural phrases.
Pack light. That is great advice for any traveler. I always bring too many things. Now, let's talk about traveling for different reasons. People travel for many different purposes, not just for holidays. Business travel is when you travel for work, for meetings, conferences, or visiting clients. A conference is a large meeting where many professionals come together. Study abroad means going to another country to study at a school or university. This is very popular with students. Adventure travel is when you travel to do exciting physical activities like hiking, climbing, or whitewater rafting. Cultural travel is when you travel to learn about history, art, and traditions. Mark, have you done any of these?
Yes, I have. I've done business travel, and I absolutely love it when I can combine it with exploring the city, too. I also went hiking in Nepal once. It was one of the most incredible experiences of my life. The mountains were breathtaking, so beautiful. Here are useful phrases for different types of travel. I am here on a business trip. I'm attending a conference. I'm studying here for 1 semester. I'm backpacking through Southeast Asia. I went on a hiking trip in the Alps. I'm on a cultural tour of Italy. All natural phrases for explaining why you are traveling.
Breathtaking. What a great word. It means so beautiful, it takes your breath away. Now, I want to talk about a very modern topic, traveling with technology. Today, technology makes travel so much easier. You can use apps and websites to book flights, find hotels, get directions, and even translate languages. Some very useful travel apps include Google Maps for directions and finding places, Google Translate to translate words and signs in other languages, Booking.com or Airbnb for finding accommodation, TripAdvisor to read reviews of hotels and restaurants, a weather app to check the forecast, and your bank's app to check your balance. Mark, how do you use technology when you travel?
Technology has completely changed how I travel. I use Google Maps constantly. I almost never get lost anymore. I also use translation apps a lot, especially in countries where I do not speak the language. They are amazing for reading menus, signs, and asking for help. Here are some useful technology phrases for travelers. Can you recommend a good travel app? What is the Wi-Fi password? Is there free Wi-Fi in the lobby? My phone has died. Where can I charge it? I need to buy a local SIM card. A SIM card gives local phone service. Does the hotel have a charging station? Can I connect to the Wi-Fi here? Technology really makes every trip smoother and safer.
What is the Wi-Fi password? Honestly, one of the most important modern travel phrases. Now, let's do a short practice quiz for our listeners. I will ask a question, and Mark will answer using today's travel vocabulary. Listeners, please try to think of your own answer before Mark speaks. First question. You arrive at a hotel. What do you say to the receptionist? Think about the phrases we learned. I have a reservation, I would like to check in, and your name. Then ask about Wi-Fi and checkout time. Imagining real situations is one of the very best ways to improve your English.
Great quiz, Anna. Okay, here's my answer. At the hotel reception, I would say, "Hello, I have a reservation under the name Mark Johnson." Then the receptionist asks for my passport and gives me my key. I then ask, "What time is checkout? Is breakfast included in the price? Is there free Wi-Fi in the room? Can you recommend a good restaurant for dinner nearby?" And when I go to my room, if there is a problem, I would say, "Excuse me, the air conditioning is not working." Or, "Can I have an extra towel, please?" These are all completely natural hotel conversations. Try saying these phrases out loud at home. Speaking practice builds confidence.
Excellent hotel conversation, Mark. Now, let's do one more practice scenario. You are at a restaurant in Italy. You do not speak Italian. What do you say? Think about the phrases, do you speak English? Can I see the menu? What do you recommend? I am allergic to. This is a very real situation that many travelers face every day. English is the common language of international travel, not just the language of England or America, but the whole world. When people from different countries meet, they communicate in English. This is one of the most important reasons to learn English.
Such a great point. English really is the international language of travel. Here's my restaurant answer. I walk in and say, "Hello, do you have a table for two?" The waiter shows us a table. "Thank you. Can we see the menu?" Then, "What do you recommend? What is the specialty here, the best dish?" If I do not know a word, "What is bruschetta? What is it made of?" When we are ready, I will have the pasta, please. At the end, "Can we have the bill? Can I pay by card?" These phrases work in any restaurant anywhere in the world.
Those phrases work anywhere. So true. Now, I want to give our listeners some final tips for traveling and using English when abroad. Tip 1. Do not be afraid to speak English even if you make mistakes. People appreciate when you try, and most people are kind and helpful. Tip 2. Learn a few words of the local language. Hello, thank you, and please go a very long way. People love it. Tip 3. Carry a notebook and write down useful phrases. Tip 4. Use apps like Google Translate when you are stuck. Tip 5. Smile. A smile is understood everywhere. Mark, do you have any final travel tips?
Great tips, Anna. Here are a few more from me. Tip 6. Always make a copy of your passport and keep it separate from the original, just in case. Tip 7. Buy travel insurance before every trip. It can save a lot of money if things go wrong. Tip 8. Tell someone at home your travel plans, your hotel name, and return date. Tip 9. Be respectful of local customs and cultures. Always be curious and open-minded. Tip 10. Enjoy every single moment. Travel is one of life's greatest gifts. Every trip teaches you something new. Happy travels to everyone.
What a wonderful and rich episode this has been. I am genuinely so happy we covered so many travel topics today. Let me give a final summary of what we talked about. We covered basic travel vocabulary, passport, ticket, hotel, destination. We talked about the airport, different types of transport, hotels, asking for directions, food and restaurants, sightseeing, shopping, money, weather, accommodation, travel problems, technology, and describing places. We also practiced real travel conversations and learned some great travel expressions. There is so much travel English to explore, but today you have a really strong and practical foundation. Remember, the best way to practice is to use the language in real situations. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Anna, and a very big thank you to every listener today. I hope this episode made you feel excited about traveling and using English when you travel. Remember, English is your travel superpower. With English, you can go anywhere and communicate with anyone. Do not wait until your English is perfect. Travel and learn at the same time. Every trip is a language lesson. Review today's vocabulary, practice the phrases with a friend, and you will feel ready for any travel situation. Take great care, and we'll see you in the next episode. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our podcast. I'm really happy to be here with you today, and I hope you are feeling good. Today, we are going to talk about something very simple but very important: daily tasks. These are the things we do every day, like waking up, eating, working, and resting. Even small daily tasks are part of our lives and shape our days. I think talking about daily tasks helps us understand life better.
Hi everyone, it's great to be here again. I really like today's topic because daily tasks connect us all. No matter where we live or who we are, we all have daily routines. Sometimes daily tasks feel boring, but sometimes they make us feel organized and calm. I think daily tasks show how we take care of ourselves and our time. I'm excited to talk about this simple but meaningful topic with you.
Daily tasks may sound ordinary, but they are full of emotions. Some mornings feel fresh and full of energy, while others feel slow and tiring. When I wake up and start my day, my mood often depends on how my daily tasks begin. Even making my bed or brushing my teeth can change how I feel. That is why I think daily tasks are more important than we think.
I agree with you, Anna. Daily tasks create rhythm in our lives, like a soft schedule that guides us through the day. When I follow my routine, I feel more balanced and less stressed. But when my routine breaks, I feel confused or rushed. Daily tasks help me stay focused and calm. They give structure to my day.
I also think daily tasks help us learn responsibility. When we do small things every day, we slowly build good habits. For example, cooking meals, cleaning the house, or planning the day teaches us discipline. These tasks may not be exciting, but they help our lives run smoothly. I believe daily tasks show how we care for ourselves and others. They are like small acts of love.
That's a beautiful way to say it.
Daily tasks are not just work, they are part of living well. When we complete our tasks, we feel a small sense of achievement. Even finishing simple things can make us feel proud. I think daily tasks give us confidence step by step. They remind us that progress comes from small actions.
Today, we will talk about different kinds of daily tasks. We will talk about morning routines, work and study tasks, home duties, and evening habits. We will also share how daily tasks make us feel happy, tired, calm, or stressed. I hope our listeners can listen, relax, and learn new English words. This episode is for you and your everyday life.
Yes, this podcast is for beginners who want to learn English naturally. We will speak slowly, clearly, and with real feelings. You can listen while doing your own daily tasks, like walking, cleaning, or resting. We hope this episode feels like a friendly conversation. Let's start our journey through daily life together.
Every day for me starts in the morning, and mornings are very important. When I wake up, the first thing I do is open my eyes slowly and take a deep breath. Some mornings I feel happy and full of energy, but other mornings I feel sleepy and quiet. I like to stretch my body in bed because it helps me wake up gently. Starting the morning calmly makes my whole day feel better.
My mornings are a little different, but they are also important to me. When I wake up, I usually look at the clock and think about my plans for the day. Sometimes I feel motivated, and sometimes I feel tired and want to sleep more. After getting out of bed, I wash my face and brush my teeth to feel fresh. These simple morning tasks help me feel ready to start the day.
After waking up, I usually make my bed. It is a small task, but it makes my room look clean and organized. When I see a tidy bed, I feel calm and positive. Then I go to the bathroom and brush my teeth and wash my face. These daily tasks may be simple, but they make me feel clean and confident. They help me feel like my day has really begun.
I agree. Making the bed is a good habit. When my bed is messy, my mind also feels messy. After cleaning myself, I like to take a shower, especially in the morning. The warm water helps me wake up and relax at the same time. It gives me energy and makes me feel ready for work or study. A morning shower is one of my favorite daily tasks.
Breakfast is another important morning task for me. I try not to skip it because it gives me energy for the day. Sometimes I eat something simple like bread and fruit, and sometimes I cook eggs or oatmeal. While eating breakfast, I like to drink tea or coffee and think about my plans. This quiet breakfast time makes me feel peaceful and focused.
I also enjoy breakfast, but sometimes I am in a hurry. On busy days, I eat quickly or take my food with me. Still, I try to eat something healthy to start the day well. Breakfast helps me feel strong and active. Even a small meal can make a big difference in how I feel later.
After breakfast, I usually check my phone or write a short to-do list. I like planning my daily tasks so I don't feel lost during the day. When I see my tasks written down, my mind feels clear. Planning helps me manage my time better and feel less stressed. It is a small habit, but it helps me a lot.
That's a great habit, Anna. I also like to plan my day in the morning. I think about work, study, and personal tasks I need to do. Sometimes I feel stressed when I see many tasks, but planning helps me stay calm. It reminds me that I can do one task at a time. Morning planning makes my day more organized.
Before leaving home, I choose my clothes carefully. I think about the weather and what I will do during the day. Wearing comfortable clothes makes me feel confident and relaxed. This daily task also helps me express my mood and personality. Getting dressed is more than just clothes. It's part of starting the day.
I feel the same way. Choosing clothes in the morning is simple, but it affects my mood. When I wear clean and comfortable clothes, I feel more confident outside. After that, I check my bag and make sure I have everything I need. When I leave home prepared, I feel ready to face the day. Morning daily tasks really shape how the rest of the day goes.
After finishing my morning tasks, I usually start my work or study time.
During the day, I focus on tasks like reading, writing, and learning new things. Sometimes I feel motivated and productive, and sometimes I feel tired or distracted. When that happens, I take short breaks to relax my mind. Daytime tasks teach me patience and concentration.
My daytime tasks are similar, but they depend on the day. When I work, I spend time on my computer, answer emails, and attend meetings. These tasks can feel stressful, especially when there's a lot to do. But when I finish an important task, I feel proud and relieved. Work tasks help me grow and learn responsibility.
I try to organize my daytime tasks so I don't feel overwhelmed. I like to finish difficult tasks first, then do easier ones later. When I complete a task, I feel happy and confident. Sometimes I reward myself with a short walk or a cup of coffee. These small breaks help me stay positive during the day.
That is a good idea. I also try to manage my time carefully. Sometimes I make mistakes and spend too much time on one task. When that happens, I feel stressed and rushed. But I'm learning to be flexible and kind to myself. Daily tasks are not always perfect, and that is okay.
During the day, I also have small daily tasks like answering messages or organizing my desk. A clean desk helps me think clearly and work better. When my space is messy, my mind feels messy too, so I try to clean a little every day. This habit makes my work time more comfortable.
I completely understand that. I also feel better when my workspace is clean. Organizing files, papers, and tools is part of my daily routine. These tasks may seem boring, but they save time and reduce stress. When everything is in order, I can focus better. Organization is a quiet but powerful daily task.
Lunchtime is another important daytime task for me. I try to eat slowly and enjoy my food. Eating well gives me energy for the rest of the day. Sometimes I eat with friends, and we talk and laugh together. Lunch helps me recharge both my body and my emotions.
Lunch is very important to me too. It gives me a break from work and helps me relax. I like to eat something warm and healthy if I can. During lunch, I try not to think about tasks or problems. That short rest helps me work better in the afternoon.
In the afternoon, my energy sometimes goes down. When that happens, I feel sleepy or unfocused. I try to stand up, stretch, or drink water. These small actions help me feel better. Afternoon tasks can be challenging, but I try to stay positive.
Afternoons are difficult for me too sometimes. I feel tired, especially after a long morning, but I remind myself that every task I finish brings me closer to the end of the day. I try to stay patient and keep going. Daily tasks teach us discipline and strength.
Another important daytime task for me is communication. I send emails, answer messages, and talk to people during the day. Sometimes this makes me feel connected and happy, but sometimes it feels tiring. When there are many messages, I feel a little stressed. Still, I know communication is part of daily life and work. I try to stay polite and calm in every conversation.
I feel the same way about communication tasks. Talking to coworkers or classmates is necessary, but it can take a lot of energy. Some days I enjoy conversations, and other days I feel quiet and tired. I try to listen carefully and speak clearly. Good communication makes daily tasks easier. It helps avoid problems and confusion.
During the day, I also try to drink water regularly. This is a small daily task, but it is very important for my health. When I forget to drink water, I feel tired and unfocused. I keep a bottle near me to remind myself. Taking care of my body helps me do my tasks better. Daily tasks are not only about work, but also about health.
That is a great point. I also try to take care of my body during the day. Sometimes I stretch my arms and legs, especially if I sit for a long time. These small movements help me feel relaxed. They prevent pain and tiredness. Taking care of the body is an important daily task.
Sometimes unexpected tasks appear during the day. A new problem comes up, or someone asks for help. At first, I may feel surprised or stressed, but I try to stay calm and deal with one task at a time. These moments teach me flexibility. Daily tasks are not always planned, and that is part of life.
Yes, unexpected tasks happen to me too. They can change my schedule and my mood. At first, I feel frustrated, but then I remind myself to stay patient. Solving problems is also a daily task. It helps us grow and learn new skills. These challenges make us stronger.
When I finish an important task, I feel a sense of relief. I sometimes smile to myself and feel proud. Even small success gives me confidence. I tell myself, "Good job," and move on to the next task. This positive feeling helps me stay motivated. Daily tasks are easier when we appreciate our effort.
I really like that idea. I also feel happy when I finish something important. It makes the hard work feel worth it. I think celebrating small wins is important. Daily tasks can feel heavy, but small rewards make them lighter. This helps me stay positive during long days.
As the day continues, I try to finish my main tasks before evening. I check my to-do list and see what I have completed. Seeing finished tasks makes me feel satisfied. Even if everything is not done, I remind myself that I tried my best. Daily tasks do not need to be perfect. Doing our best is enough.
I agree completely. At the end of the workday, I look back at what I did. Some days are productive, and some days are slow. Both are okay. Daily tasks teach us balance and understanding. Every day is a learning experience.
After finishing my daytime tasks, I usually return home and start my evening routine. The evening feels different from the morning because my body and mind are tired. One of my first tasks at home is changing into comfortable clothes. This small action helps me relax and feel safe. Evening time is when I slow down and breathe deeply. It feels like a soft ending to a busy day.
I feel the same way about evenings. When I come home, I like to leave work behind and focus on rest. Changing clothes and washing my hands helps me feel fresh again. I also take a few minutes to sit quietly and relax. Evening daily tasks help me separate work time from personal time. This balance is very important to me.
Cooking dinner is another daily task I do in the evening. Sometimes I enjoy cooking, and sometimes I feel tired and want something simple. I try to prepare healthy meals because food affects my mood and energy. When I cook slowly, it feels calming and creative. Dinner time is also a moment to enjoy the day quietly.
Dinner is important for me too. I like eating warm food after a long day. Sometimes I cook and sometimes I order food if I'm very tired. Eating helps me relax and feel comfortable. I try to eat without rushing. Evening meals help my body rest and recover.
After dinner, I usually clean the kitchen. Washing dishes is not my favorite task, but I know it needs to be done. When the kitchen is clean, I feel calm and organized. It helps me start the next day with a fresh space. Small cleaning tasks give me peace of mind. They make my home feel comfortable.
I understand that feeling very well. Cleaning after dinner helps me relax too. When my home is clean, my thoughts feel lighter. I like putting things back in their place. These simple daily tasks make my home feel warm and welcoming. Order at home helps me feel calm inside.
In the evening, I also like to do something relaxing. I might read a book, listen to music, or watch a TV show. These tasks help me forget stress from the day. I enjoy quiet moments when I don't need to rush. Evening relaxation is an important daily task for my mental health. It helps me feel balanced.
Evening relaxation is important for me as well. I often listen to soft music or talk with family or friends. These moments help me feel connected and supported. I try not to check work messages too much at night. Protecting personal time is a daily task too. It helps me feel happier.
Before going to bed, I usually prepare things for the next day. I choose clothes, check my bag, and think about tomorrow's plans. This task helps me feel less stressed in the morning. When everything is ready, I can sleep more peacefully. Evening preparation gives me a sense of control. It makes mornings easier.
I do the same thing before bed. Preparing for the next day makes me feel calm and organized. I don't like rushing in the morning, so this habit helps me a lot. It also helps me sleep better. Evening tasks prepare both the body and the mind for rest.
Another evening task I value is taking care of my emotions. After a long day, I like to think about how I feel. Sometimes I feel happy, sometimes tired, and sometimes a little stressed. I take a few minutes to breathe slowly and relax my mind. This helps me understand myself better. Emotional care is also an important daily task.
That is very important, Anna. I also take time in the evening to reflect on my day. I think about what went well and what was difficult. This helps me learn and grow. When I understand my feelings, I sleep better. Reflection is a quiet but powerful daily task.
In the evening, I try to limit my phone use. I notice that too much screen time makes me feel restless, so I put my phone away and enjoy quiet activities. This habit helps my mind slow down before sleep. It is not always easy, but it is helpful. Creating calm is part of my evening routine.
I have the same experience with screens. When I use my phone too much at night, my sleep is worse. So I try to read or listen to music instead. These tasks help my body relax naturally. Evening habits affect how well we rest. Good rest makes daily tasks easier the next day.
Sometimes I also write a few lines in a notebook. I write about my day, my feelings, or something I am thankful for. Writing helps me release stress and feel lighter. It's like talking to myself in a kind way. This small daily task brings peace to my heart. It makes the end of the day feel complete.
That sounds very calming. I don't write every day, but sometimes I do when my thoughts are busy. Putting thoughts on paper helps me clear my mind. It makes problems feel smaller. Writing is a healthy daily task for mental balance. It helps me rest emotionally.
Before going to bed, I wash my face and brush my teeth. These are simple tasks, but they signal the end of the day. My body understands that it is time to sleep. I like this quiet moment in the bathroom. It feels peaceful and familiar. Night routines give comfort and safety.
I feel the same about night routines. They help me relax and prepare for sleep. I try to turn off the lights slowly and get into bed. I try to let go of worries from the day. These small tasks create a feeling of closure. They help me rest deeply.
When I finally lie in bed, I think about the day with kindness. I remind myself that I did my best. Even if some tasks were not finished, I accept it. This gentle thinking helps me fall asleep calmly. Self-kindness is also a daily task. It is very important.
That is a beautiful way to end the day. I also try to be kind to myself before sleeping. Daily tasks can be tiring, but we don't need to be perfect. Every day is a new chance. Ending the day with peace helps us start the next day stronger. That is the power of daily routines.
In the evening, I usually prepare my clothes for the next day. This small task saves time in the morning. I feel calm when things are ready. I also check my bag and make sure I have everything. It helps me feel organized. This habit makes the next day easier.
That is a smart daily task, Anna. I also prepare my things at night. When I don't do it, my morning feels rushed. Simple planning helps reduce stress. It gives me peace of mind. Preparation is a form of self-care.
After dinner, I like to help clean the table. I wash dishes or put them in the dishwasher. Cleaning after eating makes the kitchen feel fresh. It also helps me relax. I feel proud when the space is clean. Small cleaning tasks give big satisfaction.
I agree with you. A clean space makes me feel comfortable. I usually clean a little every evening. When I clean daily, I don't feel overwhelmed. It becomes an easy habit. Cleaning is a helpful daily task.
Sometimes in the evening, I talk with my family or friends. We share stories about our day. Talking helps me release stress. I feel connected and supported.
Communication is an important daily task. It keeps relationships strong.
That is very true. I also enjoy talking with people I care about. Even a short conversation can change my mood. It makes me feel less alone. Sharing daily life is meaningful. Emotional connection is part of daily life.
Before sleeping, I like to stretch my body gently. It helps my muscles relax after a long day. I feel my body slow down. Stretching is simple but very helpful. It prepares me for rest. This task makes sleep easier.
I do light stretching too. It helps me release tension. My body feels lighter after stretching. This habit improves my sleep quality. Physical care is part of daily tasks. Our bodies need attention every day.
At night, I turn off the lights and enjoy silence. I take a deep breath and feel thankful for the day. Even if the day was hard, I find one good thing. Gratitude helps me feel peaceful. This small task ends my day with kindness.
That is a beautiful way to finish the day. I also try to be thankful before sleeping. It helps my mind rest. Daily tasks are not only physical, but emotional too. Gratitude changes how we feel. It makes life softer and warmer.
Mark, talking about daily tasks today made me realize how meaningful simple things are. We wake up, work, eat, clean, and rest, and these small actions shape our lives. I feel grateful when I think about my daily routine because it helps me stay balanced. Even when tasks feel boring or tiring, they still support us. I hope our listeners feel encouraged to see value in their own daily tasks. Life is built from these simple moments.
I feel the same way, Anna. Daily tasks may look ordinary, but they teach us discipline, care, and patience. They help us take responsibility for our lives and our well-being. When we respect our routines, we also respect ourselves. I hope listeners understand that it is okay to move slowly sometimes. Progress happens one small task at a time.
To everyone listening, thank you for spending your time with us today. We hope this conversation helped you learn new English words and also feel more connected to everyday life. You don't need to do everything perfectly. Just doing your best is enough. Be kind to yourself while doing your daily tasks.
Yes, thank you so much for being with us. Whether you were listening while walking, cleaning, or resting, we're happy you're here. Keep practicing English in small, easy steps. Learning a language is also a daily task, and you are doing great. We are proud of you.
Before we say goodbye, remember to take care of your body and your mind. Drink water, rest when you need to, and enjoy small breaks. Daily tasks are easier when we treat ourselves gently. Every day is a fresh start. You always have another chance tomorrow.
That's right. Life is not about being perfect, but about showing up every day. Keep moving forward, one task at a time. We believe in you. Thank you for listening, and thank you for learning with us.
This brings us to the end of today's episode. We are happy you joined us for this friendly conversation. Take a deep breath, smile, and enjoy the rest of your day. We'll talk to you again very soon.
Goodbye for now. Stay calm, stay kind, and keep learning. See you in the next episode.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am very happy you are here today. This podcast is for people who are learning English. We talk about simple and important topics. Today, our topic is scamming. Maybe you heard this word before. Maybe you did not. Do not worry. We will explain everything step by step. My friend Mark is here with me today. He knows a lot about this topic. We will talk together and make it easy to understand. So please relax, listen carefully, and enjoy our conversation. Let us begin.
Hi, everybody. I am Mark, and I'm so glad to be here with Anna today. Scamming is a very important topic. It happens every day, all around the world. Many people lose money because of scams. Many people feel sad and embarrassed after a scam. But if you know about scams, you can protect yourself. You can protect your family, too. Anna and I will use simple words today. We want everyone to understand. If you hear a word you do not know, do not stop listening. We will explain it. Okay, let us start our conversation.
So, Mark, let us start with the basics. What is a scam? Can you explain it in simple words? I think some of our listeners do not know this word yet. A scam is something bad, right? It's when someone tries to take something from you, like money or personal information. Is that correct? I want to make sure our listeners understand from the very beginning. Scams can be very confusing. Sometimes people do not even know they are in a scam. That is why it is so important to talk about this. Please explain it for us, Mark.
Yes, Anna, you are right. A scam is when a person or a group of people tries to trick you. They want to take your money or your personal information. They do this by lying. They pretend to be someone they are not. For example, they might say, "I'm from the bank," but they are not from the bank. They are lying. The goal of a scammer is to get something from you without you knowing. Scams can happen on the phone, on the internet, or even in person. They happen everywhere. That is why we need to learn about them. Knowledge is the best protection.
That is a great explanation. So, scammers are people who lie to get money or information. Mark, I have a question. Are scams new? Did scams happen a long time ago too? Or is this something that started because of the internet? I am curious because today we hear about scams on our phones and computers, but maybe scams are not a new thing. Maybe people were scamming even hundreds of years ago. I think it is interesting to know the history a little. Can you tell us something about that? Even a simple explanation is fine.
Great question, Anna. Scams are not new at all. People have been scamming others for hundreds and hundreds of years. A very old scam is the shell game. In this trick, a person hides a ball under 3 cups. They move the cups very fast. You try to guess where the ball is, but the scammer cheats. You almost always lose money. Another old scam is selling fake medicines. People sold water and said it could cure any sickness. Of course, it did not work. So yes, scams are very old. Today, scammers just use new tools like phones and the internet, but the idea is the same. They lie to get your money.
Wow, that is very interesting. So scams have been around for a very long time. Okay, Mark, let us talk about today's scams. What are the most common scams right now? I think many of our listeners have seen or heard about some of them. Maybe they received a strange phone call, or maybe they got a weird email. I personally get strange messages sometimes on my phone. It is a little scary. I do not always know if something is real or fake. So what are the most common types of scams that people see today? Please share some examples.
Sure, Anna. There are many common scams today. The first one is the phishing scam. In this scam, someone sends you a fake email or message. It looks like it is from a real company, like a bank or a store. The message says, "Click this link and enter your password." But if you click it, they steal your information. Another common scam is the lottery scam. You get a message that says you won a prize, but to get the prize, you must pay a fee first. Of course, there is no prize. Another one is the tech support scam. Someone calls and says your computer has a problem. They ask to access your computer. Then they steal your information. These are very common today.
Oh, I have heard of phishing before. That word always sounds funny to me. Phishing. It sounds like fishing, right? Like fishing in the water. But instead of catching fish, scammers are trying to catch people. Mark, do you think this is where the word comes from? Also, I want to ask, why do so many people fall for these scams? Sometimes I see a scam message and I think, that is so obviously fake. But I know that many people believe these messages. Why is it so easy to trick people? Can you explain?
Yes, Anna, you are right. Phishing does come from the word fishing. Scammers are fishing for victims, just like catching fish. It is a clever word. Now, why do people fall for scams? There are a few reasons. First, scammers are very good at lying. They practice a lot. They know what words to use. Second, they often create fear or excitement. For example, your account is in danger. Act now. When people feel scared, they do not think carefully. They just react. Third, some people are lonely or sad, and scammers pretend to be their friend. This makes it easy to trick them. Scammers understand human feelings very well. That is why it works.
That makes a lot of sense. Scammers use fear and emotion to trick people. That is very clever, but in a bad way. Mark, let us talk about a specific type of scam. I want to ask about romance scams. I have heard this term before. I think it is when someone pretends to love you online, but it is all fake. Is that right? I feel very sad when I hear about romance scams. People are looking for love and friendship, and then someone uses that against them. Can you explain how romance scams work? I think this is important for our listeners to know.
Yes, Anna. Romance scams are very sad and very common. Here's how they work. A person creates a fake profile on a dating app or social media. They use a beautiful photo, usually not their real photo. They start talking to you. They're very kind and sweet. They say they love you very quickly. Then, after some time, they ask for money. Maybe they say they are sick and need help, or they say they are stuck in another country and need a ticket home. But none of it is true. Everything is a lie. They never had real feelings for you. When you send money, they disappear. Romance scams break people's hearts and take their money. It is very cruel.
That is so heartbreaking. People really think they found love, and then it's all fake. I feel sorry for anyone who experienced this. Mark, let us talk about something a little different now. What about scams that happen over the phone? I know many elderly people, like grandparents, get phone calls from scammers. My grandmother told me once that she got a strange call from someone who said he was from the government. She did not know what to do. What are common phone scams, and why do they target older people especially?
Phone scams are very common, Anna. One of the most famous is the grandparent scam. A scammer calls an elderly person and says, "Grandma, it's me. I'm in trouble. I need money right now. Please do not tell mom or dad." The grandparent thinks it's their grandchild and sends money immediately. Another phone scam is the IRS scam. Someone calls and says, "You owe money to the government. Pay now or the police will come." Of course, this is a lie. The government does not call you like this. Older people are often targeted because they are more trusting and sometimes less familiar with these tricks. That is why we must teach everyone about scams.
Oh, the grandparent scam is terrible. Imagine getting that call and thinking your grandchild is in danger. Of course you want to help. Scammers are really cruel. Mark, I want to ask, what about online shopping scams? I love shopping online, and I know many people do too. But I have heard that some online stores are fake. You pay money, and the product never arrives. Or you receive something completely different from what you ordered. Has this happened to you? And what should people know about shopping safely online? This is very useful for everyday life.
Oh yes, online shopping scams are very real. Fake online stores are everywhere. They look just like real stores. They have nice photos and low prices. That's the trick. The prices are too low. You think you're getting a great deal. You pay and then nothing arrives. Or you get a very cheap, broken product. I have a friend who bought expensive shoes online for a very low price. He waited 2 months and then he received tiny plastic shoes, like toys. He was very angry. So the rule is, if the price looks too good to be true, it probably is a scam. Always buy from stores you know and trust.
Ha, tiny plastic shoes. That is funny, but also very frustrating for your friend. Okay, so we need to be careful about prices that are too low. Mark, let us talk about email scams now. I get so many strange emails. Sometimes they say I won something. Sometimes they say my account is locked. Sometimes they say a prince from another country wants to send me money. That last one always makes me laugh. Have you heard of the Nigerian prince scam? It is very old, but people still fall for it. Can you explain how it works and why people still believe it?
Yes, the Nigerian prince scam is one of the most famous scams in the world. Here's how it works. You get an email from someone who says they are a rich prince or a businessman in another country. They say they have millions of dollars, but they need your help to move the money. If you help them, they will give you a big reward, maybe 10 or 20% of the money. But first, you need to pay a small fee to start the process. Of course, there is no prince and no money. Once you pay, they ask for more money, then more. They keep asking until you stop. It sounds silly, but millions of people have lost money to this scam. It is a very powerful trick.
Wow, millions of people. That is shocking. And it sounds so unbelievable, a prince sending emails asking for help. But I understand now. When people see a huge amount of money, they stop thinking clearly. Greed can be dangerous. Mark, let us talk about social media scams now. I use social media every day. I see advertisements all the time. Sometimes I wonder if they are real. What are common scams on social media? I think young people especially need to know about this because young people spend so much time on platforms like Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok. What should they watch out for?
Great point, Anna. Social media scams are everywhere. One common scam is the fake giveaway. A fake account pretends to be a famous person or a big company. They say, "We are giving away $1,000. Follow us and share this post to win." But it's all fake. They just want more followers. Another scam is fake influencer products. An account promotes a product with amazing results, like a cream that makes you look 10 years younger in one day. You buy it, and it does nothing. A third scam is investment scams. Someone says, "Give me $100 and I will make it 1,000 in 1 week." Of course, that money disappears. Always be careful with things that sound too good.
Those fake giveaways are everywhere. I see them all the time. And I admit, sometimes they look very real. Mark, I want to ask about something called identity theft. I hear this phrase a lot, but I'm not 100% sure what it means. Does it mean someone steals your personal information and pretends to be you? That sounds very scary. Can you explain what identity theft is, how scammers do it, and what can happen if someone steals your identity? I think this is a very important topic, and our listeners need to know about it.
Yes, Anna, identity theft is very serious. It means someone takes your personal information like your name, your address, your date of birth, or your bank details, and uses it to pretend to be you. For example, they might open a bank account in your name or buy things with your credit card. How do they get your information? Sometimes through phishing emails, sometimes through fake websites. Sometimes they even go through your trash to find old documents with your information. The effects can be very bad. You might lose money, your credit score might go down. It can take months or years to fix the problem. That is why protecting your personal information is so important.
Going through your trash. I never thought about that. That means we even need to be careful with old papers and documents. Mark, let us talk about something positive now. How can people protect themselves from scams? I think our listeners want to know what they can do. It is good to know about the dangers, but it's also important to know the solutions. What are the most important rules for staying safe? If you had to give just 3 or 4 simple tips, what would they be? Please keep it simple so everyone can remember.
Great idea, Anna. Here are my top tips. Number 1, never give your personal information to someone you do not know. This includes your passwords, bank details, or ID numbers. Number 2, if something sounds too good to be true, like a big prize or a huge investment, it's probably a scam. Number 3, don't click on links in emails or messages from people you don't know. Go directly to the official website instead. And number 4, take your time. Scammers always try to create urgency. They say, "Act now," or "only today." A real company will give you time to think. If you feel pressured, that's a warning sign. Stop and think before you do anything.
Those are wonderful tips, simple and easy to remember. I especially like the last one. Take your time. Scammers want you to act fast so you do not think, so slowing down is a great defense. Mark, I want to talk about what to do if you think you are being scammed right now, in the middle of it. What if someone is on the phone with a scammer and they suddenly realize something is wrong? What should they do? Should they say something? Should they just hang up? I think many people do not know how to react in that moment. It can be scary and confusing.
That is a very important question. If you think you are talking to a scammer, the best thing to do is stop the conversation immediately. Just hang up the phone. You do not need to explain or say goodbye. If it's an email or message, do not reply. Do not click any links. Do not give any information. If you already gave some information, like your phone number or email, change your passwords right away. If you gave financial information, like a credit card number, call your bank immediately and tell them what happened. Also, report the scam to the police or a consumer protection agency in your country. Reporting helps protect other people too. Remember, you do not need to feel embarrassed. Scammers are professionals. It can happen to anyone.
That is very reassuring. It can happen to anyone. And you are right, people should not feel embarrassed. Scammers are very clever. Mark, let us talk about what happens after a scam. If someone has already been scammed, they already lost money, what can they do? Can they get their money back? I know some people feel hopeless after a scam. They feel ashamed and do not tell anyone. But I think it's important to speak up. What advice do you have for someone who is already a victim of a scam?
This is so important, Anna. First, I want to say if you were scammed, it is not your fault. Scammers are very good at what they do. They trick smart people every day, so please do not feel ashamed. Now, what can you do? First, report it. Tell the police, tell your bank, tell a consumer protection organization. Some countries have special departments for cybercrime. Second, if you paid by credit card, contact your bank quickly. Sometimes they can stop the payment or return the money. If you paid by wire transfer or gift card, unfortunately, it is very hard to get the money back. Third, warn others. Tell your friends and family so they don't fall into the same trap. Your experience can help others.
That is such good advice. Reporting is so important, not just to help yourself, but to help others too. Mark, I want to ask about gift cards. I heard that scammers love gift cards. Why do scammers ask for gift cards instead of bank transfers? I found this very strange when I first heard about it. A gift card is just for buying things in a store, right? Like an iTunes card or a Google Play card. Why would a scammer want that? And what should people do if someone asks them to pay with a gift card? Is this always a scam?
Excellent question, Anna. Scammers love gift cards for one big reason. They are almost impossible to trace. When you send money by bank transfer, the bank can sometimes find it or stop it. But with a gift card, you just give the numbers on the back of the card. The scammer uses those numbers immediately to get money. It's very fast and very anonymous. That is why scammers say, go to the store, buy a $200 Google Play card, and give me the numbers. Here's the most important rule. No legitimate company, government office, bank, or real person will ever ask you to pay with a gift card. Ever. If someone asks you to pay with a gift card, that is 100% a scam. Always.
100% a scam. I love that. That is a rule that is very easy to remember. Mark, let us talk about children and young people now. Are young people at risk from scams? I sometimes think that young people are safer because they grew up with technology, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe young people are also tricked by scammers. What kinds of scams target young people specifically? Are there scams in online games, for example? I know many young people play video games online. Are there scammers in gaming, too?
You are right to ask, Anna. Young people are not always safe. In fact, scammers target young people a lot. In online games, scammers might say, give me your account password and I will give you free coins or weapons. Then they take your account and never give it back. Another scam for young people is fake job offers. They send a message on social media saying, work from home and earn $500 a week easily. The young person is excited, but then they ask for money first to buy training materials or supplies. Of course, there is no job. Scammers also use social media to create fake profiles and ask young people for personal photos or information. Young people must be careful too.
That is so important to know. Even young people who are very comfortable with technology can be tricked. Mark, I also want to ask about investment scams in more detail.
I hear a lot about cryptocurrency scams these days. Many people are interested in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, and scammers use this interest to steal money. How does a cryptocurrency scam work? Is it hard to recognize? I know this might be a little more complicated, but please explain it simply so our A1 and A2 listeners can understand the basic idea.
Sure, Anna. Cryptocurrency scams are very common right now. Here's a simple example. Someone contacts you, maybe on social media, and says, I know a secret way to make a lot of money with Bitcoin. I already made $10,000. Let me show you how. They seem very friendly. They show you fake screenshots of their profits. They ask you to invest a small amount first, maybe $100. You see your account growing, you invest more, then one day the website disappears, the person disappears, your money is gone. This is called a pig butchering scam. They slowly fatten you up by making you trust them more and more, then they take everything. Always be very careful with investment advice from strangers.
Pig butchering. What a strange and scary name. But it makes sense. They make you feel safe and then take everything. Mark, let us change the topic a little. I want to talk about scams that happen in real life, not just online or on the phone. Are there scams that happen in person, face-to-face, like on the street, for example? I know some cities have people who try to trick tourists. What kinds of in-person scams should people watch out for, especially if they are traveling to a new city or a new country?
Yes. In-person scams are very real, especially in tourist areas. One classic scam is the gold ring scam. Someone walks up to you on the street and says, "Excuse me, I found this gold ring. I don't need it. You can have it." Then they ask for a small amount of money for a good luck fee. The ring, of course, is not gold. Another scam is the friendship bracelet scam. Someone puts a bracelet on your wrist and then demands money for it. Another common one is fake monks. People dressed like Buddhist monks give you a small gift and then ask for a donation. They are not real monks. In markets, some sellers use tricks with scales to make you think you are getting more than you are. Always be aware of your surroundings.
Oh, I actually saw the friendship bracelet scam when I was traveling in Europe. Someone tried to put a bracelet on my wrist, and I quickly said no and walked away. Now I understand exactly what was happening. Mark, let us change the topic a little. I want to talk about one more type of scam, job scams. I know many people are looking for jobs, especially young people, and scammers know this. They create fake job advertisements. What does a fake job advertisement look like, and how can someone tell if a job offer is real or fake? This is very practical information that can really help people.
Job scams are a huge problem, Anna. A fake job advertisement usually has these signs. First, the salary is unrealistically high, like earn $2,000 a week working only 2 hours a day from home. Second, they don't require any experience or skills. Real good jobs almost always need some qualifications. Third, they ask you to pay money before you start for training, uniforms, or background checks. Legitimate employers never ask workers to pay before starting. Fourth, the communication is strange, bad grammar in the emails, or they only communicate by WhatsApp or Telegram, not by official company email. Fifth, you can't find information about the company online. If you see these signs, be very careful. Research the company before you apply.
Those are such helpful signs to watch out for. I love how you gave us a clear list. Mark, I think it is also important to talk about how to report a scam. We mentioned this briefly before, but let's go a little deeper. If someone in another country is trying to scam people in your country, who do you even call? Is there a special number? And does reporting actually make a difference? Sometimes people feel like reporting is useless, like nothing will happen. What do you think? Does reporting scams actually help?
Reporting absolutely helps, Anna. Maybe your report alone won't stop a scammer immediately, but when many people report the same scammer, the police and agencies can take action. In most countries, you can report scams to the National Police, the Consumer Protection Agency, or a special cybercrime department. In the United States, for example, you can report to the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission.
In the UK, there's Action Fraud. In many countries, you can also report scam phone numbers directly to your phone company. Your report adds important data. It helps investigators find patterns and stop criminals. So yes, please report every scam. Even if you didn't lose any money, your information matters.
That is great motivation to report. Every report matters. Mark, before we start wrapping up, I want to ask one more important question. What about people who feel too embarrassed to tell anyone they were scammed? I know this is a real problem. Victims often feel ashamed or stupid. They do not want to tell their family or friends. They keep it secret. But keeping it secret can be dangerous, right? How can we help people feel comfortable talking about scams? And how should friends and family react when someone tells them they were scammed? What is the right way to support them?
This is so important, Anna. Shame is one of the biggest problems after a scam. People feel stupid and do not ask for help. But the truth is, if you were scammed, you are not stupid. Scammers spend years learning how to trick people. It is their full-time job. They are professionals. If a family member or friend tells you they were scammed, please do not laugh or say, "How could you believe that?" That is the worst thing you can do. Instead, listen to them. Tell them it is not their fault. Help them take the next steps, like calling the bank or reporting to the police. Be patient and kind. The emotional pain after a scam can be very real. Support and understanding can make a huge difference.
Beautifully said, Mark. Kindness and support are so important. I think we covered so many great topics today. We talked about what scams are, the history of scams, different types of scams, phone scams, email scams, romance scams, job scams, crypto scams, in-person scams, and more. We talked about how to protect ourselves and what to do if we are scammed. I feel like our listeners have learned so much today. Mark, is there anything else you want to add before we close? Any final thoughts or one last important message for our listeners?
Yes, Anna. My final message is this. Stay curious, stay skeptical, and stay safe. If something feels wrong, trust your feeling. If you're not sure, ask someone you trust before you do anything. Talk to your friends and family about scams. Share the information you learned today. The more people know, the harder it is for scammers to succeed. And remember, scammers want you to feel alone and scared, but you are not alone. There are people who can help you. There are laws to protect you. You have the power to protect yourself and others. Knowledge is your best weapon against scams.
And that brings us to the end of today's episode. Thank you so much for listening to our podcast. I hope you learned something useful and important today. Please share this episode with your friends and family, especially with people who are not so familiar with technology or online scams. They might really need this information. Remember the key lessons. Do not give your personal information to strangers. Think before you click. Take your time and do not let anyone rush you. And if something feels wrong, it probably is. If you have questions or comments, we would love to hear from you. See you next time. Stay safe, everyone.
Thank you so much, Anna, and thank you to all our wonderful listeners. It was a great conversation today. I learned something too, just from talking about all these scam types together. Every day, scammers get smarter, but every day, we can get smarter too. Keep learning, keep sharing, and keep protecting each other. If you enjoyed this episode, please tell a friend about our podcast. That is the best way to help us grow. And as always, if you ever think someone is trying to scam you, stop, breathe, and think. You have the power to say no. Thank you, goodbye, and take good care of yourselves and the people around you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am so happy you are here with us today. Today, we have a very exciting and important topic. We are going to talk about self-motivation. Self-motivation means the ability to push yourself forward, to do things, reach your goals, and keep going even when it is hard. This topic is important for everyone: students, workers, parents, dreamers. Everyone needs motivation in life. I am joined today by my wonderful co-host, Mark. We will talk about what motivation is, why we lose it, and how to find it again. We use simple English, so this podcast is perfect for beginners. Hi, Mark. How are you feeling today? And are you ready to talk about self-motivation?
Hi, Anna. I am feeling great and very motivated today, which is perfect for our topic. Hello to all our wonderful listeners. Self-motivation is one of my favorite subjects. I think about it a lot because, honestly, staying motivated is something I have personally struggled with over the years. I've had periods of very high energy and ambition, and other periods of feeling completely stuck. Learning about self-motivation helped me understand why that happens and what to do about it. And the good news is, self-motivation is a skill. You can learn it and get better at it over time. That is very encouraging. So let's explore this topic together today. Anna, let's start from the beginning. What exactly is self-motivation?
Great question. Self-motivation is the inner drive that makes you want to do something or achieve something without needing someone else to push you. When you are self-motivated, you start things by yourself. You keep going by yourself. You don't wait for your boss, your teacher, or your parents to tell you what to do. You just do it because you want to. There are two types of motivation. The first is external motivation. This means you do something because of an outside reward, like money, praise, or grades. The second is internal motivation. You do something because it makes you feel happy, proud, or fulfilled inside. Self-motivation is mostly about internal motivation. Mark, what do you think is the difference between the two types in everyday life?
The difference is very important in everyday life. External motivation works well for a short time. For example, if your boss gives you a bonus, you feel motivated for a while. But when the bonus is gone, the motivation often disappears too. Internal motivation lasts longer because it comes from inside you. For example, when I started learning to cook, nobody asked me to do it and nobody paid me. I did it because I found it fun and creative. That internal joy kept me going for months. I practiced every weekend. Now I cook very well. External motivation can start things, but internal motivation sustains them. So if you want to stay motivated over a long time, it helps to find something that you genuinely care about and enjoy. Anna, do you think some people are naturally more motivated than others?
That is a great question. I think some people seem naturally more energetic and driven, but I believe motivation is mostly a skill and a habit, not just a fixed personality trait. Some people learned good motivation habits early in life, maybe from their parents or teachers. Others had to learn later, but anyone can build stronger motivation at any age. What matters more than natural personality is your mindset, how you think about challenges, effort, and failure. People with a growth mindset believe they can improve through effort. They see failure as a lesson, not as proof that they are not good enough. That mindset creates strong self-motivation. People with a fixed mindset think abilities are fixed. You either have them or you don't. That thinking kills motivation. Mark, have you heard of the growth mindset before?
Yes. The growth mindset comes from the work of psychologist Carol Dweck. She did many years of research and found that students who believed their abilities could grow and improve performed much better than students who believed their abilities were fixed. It is a very powerful idea. I remember when I first heard about it, I realized I had been using a fixed mindset in some areas of my life. For example, I always said, I am bad at math. That's just who I am. That belief stopped me from even trying to get better. When I changed to a growth mindset and said, I can improve at math if I practice and get help, everything changed. I started trying harder and I did improve. Your beliefs about yourself directly affect your motivation. Anna, how did you first learn about self-motivation?
I started learning about self-motivation after a difficult year in my mid-20s. I had big dreams. I wanted to start my own small business, improve my English, travel more, and get healthy. But I wasn't doing any of those things. I had the dreams, but not the action. I felt frustrated and confused. Why could I not just do the things I wanted to do? I started reading books about habits and motivation. One book that changed my life was about setting clear goals and taking small actions every day.
I learned that motivation doesn't always come first. Sometimes action comes first, and motivation follows. That was a completely new idea for me. I thought you had to feel motivated before you could act, but actually, you often feel motivated after you start acting. Mark, what do you think about that idea?
I think that idea is one of the most useful things anyone can learn about motivation. Many people wait to feel motivated before they begin. They say, I will start exercising when I feel more energetic, or I will study when I feel like it. But that feeling often never comes, or it comes and goes very quickly. The secret is to start even when you don't feel like it. Start small. Do just 2 minutes. Just open the book. Just put on your shoes. That small start usually creates a little momentum, and momentum builds motivation. I heard someone compare it to pushing a heavy cart. It's hardest to move at the very beginning, but once it starts rolling, it's much easier to keep going. Starting is always the hardest part. Have you experienced this, Anna?
Yes, absolutely. This is something I experience almost every week. For example, I go for morning walks. There are many mornings when I wake up and I really don't want to go. My bed is warm and comfortable, and going outside in the cold seems terrible. But I have a rule. I just put on my walking shoes. That's it. Just the shoes. Once I have my shoes on, I almost always go. And once I am outside and walking, I feel wonderful. I am always happy I went. I never come home and think, I wish I had stayed in bed. The motivation follows the action. This is called the 2-minute rule by some coaches. You just commit to 2 minutes of anything. Often, 2 minutes turns into 20. What small actions help you start when you don't feel motivated, Mark?
For me, the biggest small action is making my bed in the morning. It sounds so simple and almost silly, but it works for me. When I make my bed, I have already completed one task. My brain feels a small win and it wants another. That feeling of completion gives me energy and a sense of control over the day. Another small action I use is writing one sentence in my journal first thing in the morning. Just one sentence about how I feel or what I want from the day. Once I write that one sentence, I usually write more. These entry point habits are very powerful. They lower the barrier to starting. The hardest part of any task is beginning. Make the beginning as small as possible, and you make it easy to start. Let's talk about goals now, Anna. How important are goals for self-motivation?
Goals are extremely important for self-motivation. Without a clear goal, motivation has nowhere to go. Imagine you are driving a car, but you have no destination. You would just drive around without purpose. Goals give you direction. They tell you where to go and why. But not all goals are created equal. I think goals need to be specific and personal. A goal like, I want to be healthier, is too vague. A better goal is, I will walk for 30 minutes 3 times a week for the next month. That is specific, measurable, and realistic. Also, the goal needs to be your goal, not your parents' goal, not your teacher's goal, not what society says you should want. Goals that come from your own values and desires create much stronger motivation. Mark, how do you set your goals?
I use a simple system that I learned a few years ago. I set goals in 3 time frames. First, I have a big long-term goal, something I want in the next 1 to 3 years. For example, improving my professional skills or building a healthy lifestyle. Second, I break that big goal into smaller monthly goals. What can I do this month to move toward the big goal? Third, I break the monthly goal into weekly actions. What will I do this week, specifically? This system makes big, scary goals feel manageable. Instead of thinking, I want to write a book someday, which feels impossible, I think, I will write 200 words today. 200 words a day becomes a book over time. Small steps, big results. Do you write down your goals, Anna?
Yes, writing goals down is very important to me. There's a well-known idea that people who write their goals are much more likely to achieve them. When you write a goal, it becomes more real and more serious. It moves from a vague wish in your head to a clear intention on paper. I write my goals in my journal at the beginning of every month, and I review them every week. Reviewing goals regularly is just as important as writing them. It keeps your attention focused. We are very easily distracted by social media, by other people's opinions, by daily problems. Reviewing your goals brings you back to what matters to you. I also write why next to each goal. Why do I want this? The why is very powerful. It is the fuel for motivation. Mark, let's talk about the why. How important is knowing your why?
Knowing your why is perhaps the most important thing in self-motivation. The why is your reason for doing something. And the deeper and more personal the reason, the more powerful the motivation. For example, someone might say their goal is to exercise. Their why could be to lose weight, to feel more energetic, to be healthy for their children, or to feel confident. The last two reasons, being there for children, feeling confident, are emotionally strong. They connect to core human needs. When things get hard, those deep reasons keep you going. A shallow why breaks under pressure. A deep why holds. I think it is worth spending time asking yourself honestly, why do I really want this? What will it mean for my life? The answer reveals a lot. Anna, what is a why that has driven you strongly?
One of my strongest whys was learning English seriously. My surface reason was I want a better job, but when I dug deeper, the real reason was I want to communicate with people from all over the world. I want to read books in their original language. I want to travel freely and not feel lost. I want to feel confident and capable. Those deeper reasons were very emotional for me. They connected to my identity and my dreams. On days when studying English was boring or hard, I remembered those reasons and kept going. Now I'm here, hosting an English podcast. The why really works. I also think it helps to picture yourself after you achieve the goal. How will you feel? What will your life look like? That visualization is a great motivator. Do you use visualization, Mark?
Yes, visualization is a technique used by many athletes, performers, and successful people. You close your eyes and imagine yourself achieving your goal in detail. What do you see? What do you hear? How do you feel? The more vivid and detailed the image, the better. Your brain responds to a strong mental image in a way that is similar to actually experiencing it. It builds confidence and desire. I use visualization when I have a big presentation or a new challenge. I close my eyes and picture myself doing it confidently and well. It reduces my fear and increases my motivation. But I also think visualization should be paired with planning and action. Just imagining a goal without working toward it is just daydreaming. You need both the dream and the plan. Let's talk about planning now, Anna. How does a plan help motivation?
A plan is like a map for your motivation. Without a plan, you have a goal, but you don't know how to get there. That uncertainty is very discouraging. You feel overwhelmed and don't know where to start. A clear, simple plan removes that confusion. It says, do this today, do this tomorrow, do this next week. You follow the steps, and slowly you move forward. I keep my plans very simple. I don't write complicated systems. I just write 3 things I will do today that move me toward my goal. Just 3 things. That is manageable and not overwhelming. I also plan for obstacles. I ask myself, what might stop me today? And what will I do if that happens? This kind of planning makes me feel prepared and confident. Mark, what do you do when your plan doesn't work?
When my plan doesn't work, I try not to treat it as a failure. I treat it as information. Something didn't work. Okay, why? Was the plan too ambitious? Was the timing wrong? Was I missing a skill or resource? I ask those questions and I adjust. Flexibility is very important in self-motivation. Many people have an all-or-nothing mindset. If they miss one day of exercise, they say, "I failed. I give up." But that is not realistic. Life is messy. Plans change. The key is not to be perfect, it is to be persistent. Persist means you keep going even after small failures. I sometimes think of motivation like a bouncing ball. You will drop it sometimes. That is normal. The important thing is to pick it back up again. How do you handle failure and setbacks, Anna?
Handling failure is one of the most important skills for self-motivation. When something goes wrong, my first step is to allow myself to feel disappointed, but only for a short time. I give myself one day to feel bad. Then I move on. I think it is important to allow negative feelings, but not to live in them forever. After that short feeling time, I look at what happened objectively. What went wrong? What can I learn? What will I do differently? I write these things down. This turns a failure into a lesson. It keeps my self-respect and my forward momentum. I also remind myself of past successes. When I doubt myself after a failure, I look at my journal and read about times I succeeded. That reminder gives me confidence to try again. Let's talk about confidence and motivation. Are they connected, Mark?
Yes, confidence and motivation are deeply connected. When you feel confident, you believe you can do something, so you try. When you try and succeed, your confidence grows. And growing confidence increases your motivation. It's a positive cycle. But the opposite is also true. When you feel low confidence, you doubt yourself and avoid trying. When you avoid things, you miss the chance to succeed, and that decreases your motivation further. So how do you build confidence? Mainly through small successes. You set a small, achievable goal. You achieve it, you feel proud and capable. You set another small goal. Over time, these small wins build a strong foundation of confidence. I always say success builds success. One small win is the seed of the next. Anna, what gives you confidence when you feel low?
When I feel low in confidence, a few things help me. First, I remember my past wins. I have a small list I keep in my journal, moments when I did something I was proud of. Reading that list reminds me that I am capable. Second, I do something I am already good at. If I feel insecure about a new challenge, I first do a task I know I can complete well. That small success warms up my confidence, like stretching before exercise. Third, I talk to someone who believes in me. Sometimes we need a friend to remind us of our strengths. We can be very blind to our own abilities. Having one or two people who genuinely support you is incredibly valuable for motivation. Mark, how does the people around us affect our self-motivation?
The people around us have a huge effect on our motivation, probably more than we realize. Research shows that we are strongly influenced by the habits and attitudes of the people we spend the most time with. If you are surrounded by motivated, positive, ambitious people, their energy is contagious. You naturally start to think and act like them. But if you spend most of your time with people who complain, give up easily, or discourage new ideas, that energy is also contagious, in a negative direction. I'm not saying you should abandon friends who struggle, but I do think you should be intentional about where you spend your energy and who you listen to. Find people who inspire you. Spend more time with them. Their motivation will feed yours. Do you have people like that in your life, Anna?
Yes, I have a few people who are very important for my motivation. My best friend is a very hardworking and creative person. When I am around her, I feel more energetic and ambitious. She inspires me without even trying. I also follow a few people online, writers, coaches, creators, whose work and words inspire me. Reading their stories or watching their videos helps me feel connected to a bigger world of motivated people. I think community is very powerful for motivation. Many people join groups or clubs, running groups, study groups, online communities, where everyone shares the same goal. That shared energy is very motivating. You feel less alone in your efforts. And when others see your progress, it encourages you to continue. Have you ever joined a group to help with motivation, Mark?
Yes, a few years ago I joined a running group. I'm not a natural runner. I find it hard and I used to hate it. But when I started running with a group every Saturday morning, everything changed. I did not want to let the group down. I knew they would be there, and I didn't want to be the person who didn't show up. That social commitment was very motivating. Over time, I also started to enjoy the conversations during the runs. And the feeling of finishing a run with a group is wonderful. You celebrate together. I went from hating running to looking forward to Saturdays. The group changed my motivation completely. Commitment to others is a very powerful tool for motivation. When you make a promise to yourself, it's easy to break. When you make a promise to others, it's much harder. Anna, let's talk about habits and routines now.
Yes, habits and routines are incredibly important for self-motivation. Here's the thing about motivation. It naturally goes up and down. Some days you feel very driven and energetic. Other days you feel flat and unmotivated. If your progress depends only on your feelings, you will be very inconsistent. But if your progress depends on habits and routines, you keep moving forward even on low motivation days. A habit is an automatic behavior. You do it without thinking too much. You brush your teeth every morning, not because you feel motivated, but because it is a habit. You can build the same kind of automatic behavior around your goals. If studying English every morning becomes a habit, you will do it whether you feel motivated or not. Consistency beats motivation every single time. Mark, how do you build good habits?
Building good habits is a skill. I follow a few simple principles. First, I make the habit very easy to start. If the habit is too hard at the beginning, I will avoid it. So I start with the smallest possible version. Want to read more? Start with 1 page a night. Want to exercise? Start with 5 minutes. Once the habit is established, I can gradually increase it. Second, I link the new habit to an existing one, habit stacking. After I drink my morning coffee, I will do 10 minutes of English practice. The coffee is the trigger for the new habit. Third, I track my habits. I use a simple calendar and put a mark on every day I do the habit. A streak of marks is very motivating. You don't want to break the chain. These 3 simple steps have helped me build lasting habits. What is a habit you built that changed your life, Anna?
The habit that changed my life most is daily reading. I started reading just 10 pages every night before bed. It seemed like nothing at first, but 10 pages a night is about 300 pages a month. That is 1 or 2 books a month. Over 1 year, I read more than 15 books. Those books changed how I think, how I communicate, and how I see the world. I learned so many new things about psychology, about habits, about history, about creativity. I became a better thinker and a better English speaker, all from 10 pages a night. I never would have believed that at the start. This is a great example of how a tiny, consistent habit creates enormous change over time. The power of small and consistent actions is amazing. Let's talk about procrastination now, Mark. Why do people procrastinate?
Procrastination is one of the biggest enemies of self-motivation. It means you delay doing something even when you know you should do it. You say, "I'll do it later," and later never comes. Why do people procrastinate? It's usually because of one of these reasons. First, the task feels too big or overwhelming. Second, there's a fear of failure. If you don't start, you can't fail. Third, there's a fear of imperfection. You want to do it perfectly, so you wait for the perfect moment that never arrives. Fourth, the task is boring or unpleasant. Understanding why you are procrastinating is the first step to stopping it. Each reason needs a different solution. For the too big reason, break the task into tiny pieces. For the fear of failure reason, remind yourself that done is better than perfect. Anna, what is your best tip for fighting procrastination?
My best tip for fighting procrastination is the 5-minute commitment. When I don't want to start something, I tell myself, just do it for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, you can stop if you want. Almost always, after 5 minutes, I am already working, and I keep going. The starting was the barrier, not the task itself. Another tip I love is removing distractions before I start. I put my phone in another room. I close unnecessary browser tabs. I make myself a cup of tea. Then I sit down with everything ready and nothing to distract me. A clear environment helps a clear mind. I also use a timer. I work for 25 minutes with full focus, then take a 5-minute break. This is called the Pomodoro technique. It makes long tasks feel very manageable. Have you tried the Pomodoro technique, Mark?
Yes, the Pomodoro technique is excellent. Working for 25 minutes with full focus, then resting for 5 minutes, then repeating, it keeps your brain fresh and makes deep work very achievable. I use it for writing, studying, and complex tasks. But even simpler than Pomodoro is just removing your phone from the room. I think the smartphone is the #1 killer of self-motivation in the modern world. Every notification is a little interruption. Every scroll through social media is 5 or 10 minutes of your goal time gone. I started leaving my phone in another room when I work or study, and my productivity increased enormously. We are not strong as our habits. Our environment often controls us. So, design your environment to support your goals, not to distract from them. Anna, let's talk about energy and self-motivation. Are they connected?
Absolutely. Energy and motivation are very closely connected. When your energy is low, even small tasks feel impossible. When your energy is high, you feel motivated to do many things. So taking care of your physical energy is a form of self-motivation. This means sleeping enough, eating nutritious food, moving your body regularly, and taking real breaks. I noticed that my most motivated periods always coincide with the times I sleep well and exercise regularly. My lowest motivation periods are always when I am tired, eating poorly, or sitting too much. Many people try to push through low energy with willpower or caffeine, but that only works for a short time. The sustainable solution is to manage your energy levels through good physical habits. Motivation follows energy. Mark, when during the day are you most motivated?
I am definitely a morning person. I feel most sharp, creative, and motivated in the first 2 to 3 hours after I wake up. That's when I do my most important and creative work. I protect those morning hours very carefully. I do not check social media or emails until I've finished my most important task of the day. After lunch, my energy naturally drops a little. I use that lower energy time for smaller, routine tasks, answering messages, organizing, reading. In the late afternoon, my energy often comes back a little, but not as strongly as the morning. Understanding your own energy patterns is very useful for self-motivation. Schedule your hardest, most important tasks for your highest energy time. Don't waste your peak hours on easy tasks. Do you know your own energy patterns, Anna?
Yes, I am also more productive in the mornings. My mind feels clearest before noon. I use that time for writing, learning, or anything that requires real concentration. In the afternoons, I feel slower, so I use that time for lighter work, organizing, responding to messages, doing simple tasks. I also discovered that short afternoon walks boost my energy significantly. Even a 10-minute walk outside around 3 o'clock gives me a second wave of motivation and energy for the rest of the day. I think people underestimate the power of movement as an energy booster. When you feel unmotivated and sluggish, the best thing to do is often the thing you least want to do. Get up and move. It almost always helps. Mark, let's talk about self-talk. How does the way we talk to ourselves affect motivation?
Self-talk has an enormous effect on motivation. The words we say to ourselves in our heads are like a constant background voice, and that voice is either encouraging or discouraging. Many people have a very harsh inner critic. They say things to themselves like, "You're so lazy," "You always fail," or "You will never be good enough." That kind of self-talk destroys motivation. If a friend talked to you like that, you would stop spending time with them. But we say these things to ourselves all day. The good news is that you can change your self-talk. It takes practice, but it is possible. Notice when the negative voice appears. Challenge it. Replace it with something kinder and more realistic. Instead of, "I can't do this," try, "This is hard, but I can try one step at a time." That small shift changes your whole emotional state.
Anna, how do you practice positive self-talk?
I practice positive self-talk in several ways. First, I pay attention to my thoughts when I face a challenge. If I hear a negative thought, I name it. I say, "Oh, there's the inner critic again." Naming it gives me distance from it. It reminds me that the thought is not the truth, it is just a habit. Second, I have a few go-to phrases I use when I need encouragement. For example, one step at a time. Progress is more important than perfection. I have done hard things before. These phrases are short and simple, but they shift my mindset quickly. Third, I sometimes speak to myself in the third person. Instead of, "I can't do this," I say, "Anna, you can do this." Research shows this technique, talking to yourself by name, creates useful emotional distance and increases self-control and motivation. Do you ever use encouraging phrases, Mark?
Yes, I have a few personal mantras, short phrases I repeat to myself when I need strength. One of mine is, "Start before you're ready." It reminds me not to wait for the perfect conditions. Another one is, "Discipline is freedom." At first, this sounds strange. How can discipline be freedom? But I have found it to be very true. When I am disciplined about my goals and habits, I actually feel freer. I have more energy, more time, and more confidence. Discipline creates the life I want. Without discipline, I drift and feel lost. Another phrase I love is, "Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today." Comparing yourself to others is very damaging to motivation. The only competition that matters is with your past self. Are you better today than yesterday? That is what counts. Anna, what is your personal mantra?
My personal mantra is, "Done is better than perfect." I need to remind myself of this often because I have perfectionist tendencies. I sometimes delay finishing things because they are not quite right. But perfectionism, as we discussed before, is a motivation killer. It keeps you stuck. Done is better than perfect reminds me that completing something imperfect is 1,000 times more valuable than an unfinished masterpiece that exists in my imagination. I also love the phrase, "Every day is a new start." When I have a bad day or miss a habit, I remind myself that tomorrow is a fresh beginning. The past day is gone. I can choose differently tomorrow. That idea takes the pressure off and keeps me motivated to try again.
Before we say goodbye today, I want to leave our listeners with a few final thoughts. Self-motivation is not about being perfect. It is not about feeling excited every single day. It's about building habits, knowing your why, taking small steps, and being kind to yourself when things are hard. Every person listening today has goals and dreams inside them. The question is not whether those goals are possible, they probably are. The question is, will you take the first small step today? Not tomorrow, not next Monday, today. One step, no matter how small. That step is the beginning of everything. I believe in every person listening. You have what it takes. And remember, motivation follows action. So go take that first step. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you, Anna, for this wonderful conversation today.
Thank you, Mark. This was such an energizing and inspiring conversation. And a huge thank you to all of you who listened today. I hope this episode gave you something useful, a new idea, a tip, a phrase, or just the reminder that you are capable of more than you think. Self-motivation is a skill, and like any skill, it grows with practice and patience. Be patient with yourself. Celebrate your small wins. Find your why. Build tiny habits. Surround yourself with people who inspire you. And please, be kind to your inner voice. You are your own most important coach. If this podcast helped you even a little, please share it with a friend who might need some motivation today. Come back next time for more friendly English conversations. Until then, keep going. You've got this. Goodbye from me, Anna.